Calling to order the Monday, January 6th, 2020 regular meeting of the 38th Council of the City of Berkeley. Ms. Mitchell, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Baker.
Here.
Councilmember Blanchard.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Dean.
Here.
Councilmember Gavin.
Here.
Councilmember Hennon.
Here.
Councilmember Price.
Here.
Mayor Turbrack.
Here. First order of business tonight is the approval of our agenda. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Support.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Dean with support from Councilmember Baker. Are there any changes or additions? Seeing none, Ms. Mitchell, would you please call the roll?
Blanchard.
Yes.
Dean.
Yes.
Gavin.
Yes.
Hennon.
Yes.
Price.
Yes.
Baker.
Yes.
Turbrack.
Yes. Tonight's agenda has been approved. At this time, would you please stand for the invocation and remain standing for the pledge? With us today is Pastor Adam Groh.
Let's pray. God, we thank you for this opportunity to gather together to do the city business, and I thank you for these council members and their dedication to this city and their sacrifice that they make. We pray for them that you'd give them wisdom and discernment. Give humility to all who would speak here tonight. God, with so much unrest around the world, people living under threats of war, wildfires, help us to take our peace and our first world problems not for granted. And we pray for those who are around the world who are suffering. Pray your continued blessing on this city, on these citizens. May we be reminded of your love and hope each day. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It is now time for citizens' comments, when you may present your thoughts on issues that are not included on tonight's agenda. Council members will not engage you in a discussion, but if your concern needs to be addressed by a member of city staff or department of the city, please sign your name on the sheet provided at the clerk's table. Again, you may speak on a specific agenda item while it is being considered, and when you come to the microphone, please state your name and city of residence.
Sherry A. Wells, and I live in Ferndale, and this is one of the outfits I've used for being Mrs. Ferndale. It's the 1920s, which is relevant to what I'm talking about. Mr. Baker's already smiling.
Yep.
He's been tipped off. I do genealogy research, and one of my customers wanted some research done in Berkeley, so I went to the Berkeley Historical Museum. And it only had one city directory, and it was 1953. Although, as Mr. Baker knows, Jeffrey Tong has now doubled your collection there by going to John King bookstores and finding a 1924, which he showed me. And my grandfather is in there. In 1924, my grandparents had the Loftus Coal and Coke right around here on Kenmore between Beverly and 12 Mile. And they're still in Berkeley. They're buried right next to the fence in the cemetery there. And in some of the books, Berkeley gave itself a nickname called the City with the Future. But what I've done is I have put together a finding aid of all the city directories in what was Royal Oak Township as of 1833, a map that shows how each city cut into it. At the time my mother was born, she was born in Royal Oak Township because Berkeley hadn't carved out its piece yet for another year or two. And then in here shows all the places that the different cities appear, as well as what cities in our total Royal Oak Township. You can find those books and some other notes, and where all the historical museums are around here. And there have been some really fascinating ones that we have in our modest little corner. So if I might give this to Mr. Baker on behalf of the Historical Commission, it's been a fun project, and I've been pleased to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Charles Terrell from Berkeley. It's come to my knowledge, it's been brought to my attention that there are actually two Coolidge task forces, one for north of 12 Mile, one for south of 12 Mile, so between 11 and 12. The one I'd like to talk to tonight is the one in the south, most specifically. At the time the task force was brought together, there were 3 openings, 2 residents, 1 business owner. Subsequently, 2 of the named individuals, their employment statuses have changed, so I guess those 2 would have to be replaced as well. Questions are, who are those 5 people? The 2 replacements, the 2 residents, the Coolidge business owner. I understand, I've been told that they have had meetings, and in my mind, I have not seen notices, agendas, things you would normally associate with Open Meeting Act meetings. I've read the Open Meetings Act information several times. In my mind, it fits. This should be covered under Open Meetings Act. These should be open meetings. There is no, somebody had said, well, you don't need it if it's strictly advisory. First off, there is no exclusion for strictly advisory that I've found. I may have missed it, I don't know, but I didn't see it. I was specifically looking for that. Also, this committee is not strictly advisory. They're going out to gather data, bring the data together, analyze the data, and then come up with a decision as to did the data meet the requirements that were laid out in the evaluation matrix. So it's not purely advisory. So I'm asking that that be relooked at, that it be considered as an open meeting. Violations of the Open Meeting Act, it was kind of interesting that I found out. Those are all taken care of in Lansing in Ingham County Court, and they are not civil infractions, but whoever is the person in charge of that committee, that task force, is actually charged with a misdemeanor. So do you really want to take a risk calling this not an open meeting when truly it should be? And the consequences are actually pretty dire if somebody were charged with a misdemeanor over that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck.
Hi, Dean Smith, Berkeley resident. On a more positive note, Coolidge Road Diet, it's working. From the perspective of a bicyclist, motorist, and pedestrian, everything is just, it's way cool. Coolidge is quieter, fewer screeching of brakes, horns. I hope you guys keep it. If I could diet, that would be even better, but the Coolidge diet, it's a good thing. And it also allows for sightseeing, seeing the businesses, and it's nothing but good. So thanks for finally doing something we talked about doing 10 years ago.
Thank you, Dean. Hey, no, okay, we're not going to do any applause or booing, thanks. Yeah, that sounds like a good end to citizens' comments. We will now move on to our order of business today. First up is our consent agenda. Ms. Mitchell, would you please read the items on tonight's consent agenda?
Number 1, approval of the minutes. Matter of approving the minutes of the 38th City Council and special joint meetings on Monday, December 16, 2019. Motion number M120. Matter of accepting the Berkeley Public Library's annual report for fiscal year 2018-19.
Is there a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Price.
Support.
Support by Councilmember Gavin. Are there any corrections or changes? Seeing none, Ms. Mitchell, would you please call the roll?
Dean,
Yes.
Gavin,
Yes.
Hennan,
Yes.
Price,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
Blanchard,
Yes.
Turbrack.
Yes, our consent agenda has passed. We now move on to our regular agenda. Ms. Mitchell, would you please read item number 1 on our regular agenda?
Recognitions, presentations, matter of any recognitions or presentations from the consent agenda.
We do have a presentation for us today from our library director, Matt Church, to give us a little more background and info on the library's annual report. And congratulations on being the first motion of 2020. Good for you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So I'm happy to report that circulation increased by 7,252 items in the single year. So that's a good measure of how often we're being used, how the library is being put to use. Definitely the largest growth was in downloadable content. That was up by over 3,700 items. So we're seeing lots of growth there. We're seeing declines, though, in other audiovisual content. So we'll keep an eye on that and may be shifting and changing how we allocate our resources. Social media presence continues to be strong. We have a good number of followers on Facebook and Instagram. Happy to see that our media coverage grew from 48 articles last year to 65 articles this year.
Media coverage you're getting today.
Add this to the list for this year. We did have modest declines in gate count and public computer sessions, but overall usage of the library is very solid. Visit the library most days of the week and you'll see us full, lots of people using the library. We are part of a library consortium, so your Berkley library card can get you into all sorts of libraries in the area. Berkley cardholders visited these libraries and borrowed 19,500 items from those libraries. And then our patrons can also request things from other libraries and have them sent here. We had just over 17,000 items from other libraries sent here for our patrons. So the consortium is a great thing. We offered approximately the same number of programs and had about the same number of people attend, so that's all good. And then we continue to be grateful to the Community Foundation of Southeast Michigan, the Friends of the Berkley Public Library, and Vibe Credit Union for their continued support. Last year alone, the Friends of the Library provided just over $10,000 to the library. That's really most of our programming and event budget at the library. And then just in closing, on behalf of the library, thank you to all of you on City Council for your support of the library.
Well, on behalf of myself, thank you, Matt, for everything that you and your staff do. The Berkley Library continues to be a jewel in the city, and it does get a ton of use. And
Yes.
aside from just the everyday use, but all the programs you mentioned, everything else that happens there, it's a very inviting place, and we're very proud of what it does in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else have any comments for Matt, as he's already rushed back? All right, thank you again, Matt. We'll now move on to item number 2. Ms. Mitchell, would you please read item number 2 on tonight's agenda?
Presentation, matter of receiving a presentation by Community Engagement Officer Tori Mathis regarding reallocating IT funds to purchase new video playback hardware and cloud streaming service.
We go right to you, Ms. Mathis?
Yes, so
Okay.
I'm going to get a little started. Stan's going to set up the presentation just to kind of go over the bullet points. But just as an introduction, so we noticed in November, I know it's been an ongoing issue, but the recognition of this issue came to us on November 18th of 2019, noticing that we had major technical difficulties with our Ustream and video playback service. So immediately, city administration began investigating what was actually happening, as well as with our public cable access provider, CMNtv, who oversees our public access system, with the goals in mind of, one, diagnosing the issue and conducting tests, as well as finding an optimal solution to resolve the problem. So if we want to go back to testing and research. Thank you. I have to remember how to use this. There you go. So testing and research kind of came from a methodical approach.
Victoria, can you hit one of those lights? We got a little.
Thank you. came from a methodical approach with IT streaming services. It's just kind of the best approach to really diagnose what's going on, because there's a lot of facets that go into this. So staff on site as well as at home tested and watched from different devices and browsers to find out what was happening with this issue. Additionally, we were taking feedback from residents on these issues as well to find out, what browser are you watching it from? Are you watching it on cable access? What's your internet provider? What device? So on and so forth in terms of that. Additionally, we also worked with our IT department to see what was happening on the IT, if there was any output issues in regards to that, just to ensure that the streaming was optimal. Additionally, we worked with CMN, our cable access provider, to research best hardware replacement and streaming options that align best with government public meeting practices. So that's really kind of focusing on accessibility, ensuring that anybody wanting to tune into our public access meetings can have the capabilities without having to purchase additional streaming service or what have you. What's it called? Next, maybe. Oh, sorry. Findings. So again, this was a very mixed variant issue. Over the 2 months that we were doing testing, what we really found was that the video, first and foremost, the video playback was outdated. It was about 6 years old for the actual Nexus monitoring system, which is your TV monitoring output. And then the, the streaming service and the Nexus was separate systems. So instead of it being one system that's going through for output for a streaming service, you had to essentially go through 2 sources in order for it to push out our public meetings. Secondly, the U-streaming system was not directly integrated with it, so again, kind of falling into that you had a third secondary machine pushing through our streaming service, which instead of just having one streaming service altogether. Fourthly, the Ustream player on the city webpage was an older link, so it wasn't the most optimized link or encoded to the latest and greatest system that we use now. What was a weird thing, the users were all experiencing different outcomes when they were doing testing for us. So sometimes we would see that users were fine on cable and then others weren't. Others were good with their computer, but maybe not necessarily on their phone. So it was really just trying to figure out what actually is happening and testing out. So as a part of our conducted research, that was a big thing, that if something were to go down on your phone, you would still have other opportunities and other avenues to watch the public access system while you're, tuning in. Lastly, and this was another one that we had found as well in our testing, was that public safety had recently upgraded their in-car camera system from a local server system to a cloud-based server system in November. So, we all share the same server feed, just so you kind of know how our technology works. It's all coming through the same server. So when they upgraded their system, they were taking in a little bit more storage than what they used to use with their in-car camera system service, which was locally housed, and it started to also create the glitching that you were seeing when we were watching, you guys. Next. Results and solutions. So the biggest thing that we were realizing as I've been kind of presenting is that the new service has to be compatible and integrate seamlessly with CMN. As you could tell, we had 3 different basic pieces of devices that were creating this problem. So that's kind of what we kind of focus on. The proposed solution that IT and communications came up with was that we'd hold off on technology upgrades budgeted for city council staff, as well as the staff conference room, to allow for the purchase of this new equipment for the reallocation, since we don't want to wait all the way till June to do this first phase of installations. So what this new reallocation would be for is the purchase of the new video playback equipment and the streaming service through TelView, which is the CMS. It's a content management system, and the Cloudcast streaming workflow. So basically the entire system in one versus separate systems. Total reallocation for that would be about $18,000. Next, why TelView? So the reason why Telview we chose to go with this is that CMN, as well as the research that we found, it is a successful service that's utilized in the municipality world right now. A lot of our surrounding communities already utilize this service. Additionally, it unites both the broadcast and the streaming service into one system. It's IP-based, an IP-based signal and control, so essentially what that means, so if I'm not here or Stan's not here, we can remote access in if there's issues happening. Same with CMN. So if none of us are here, which CMN is here, but if they're not here or somebody's not here, we can remote in right away. It also can deliver a programming and streaming service to multiple platforms, which I'll show you guys on the next page. It's got a dedicated video on demand player that provides city with complete control over the user experience. In short, that means that we can control what the viewer is seeing, not only just on the video, but anytime they enter into our video on demand player. So versus it just on YouTube or Facebook or any of those other streaming options where we can't control what ads are showing, this we can control what's there, which would be no ads at all. With CMN, again, they have extensive experience with this system in the government video. They have it in their own production studio itself, so integration is should be pretty seamless. And then again, it's expandable, which was also very important for us as staff, is that as we grow as a community and as we grow in terms of capabilities and providing accessibility, we want to make sure that our hardware also upgrades and, you know, accommodates with us as well. Next, so kind of a compare and contrast with the systems just to kind of get a little bit more detail. So the current system, again, 2 services, Nexus and Ustream. It has one playback to the cable TV and then only streaming during our meetings. Separate systems, and then the current streaming service only has one streaming option, which is currently what we have with Ustream. With Telview, it's a single system that sends the Berkley channel to multiple platforms. So everything that we see on TV today, we can also program out to the streaming service as well. The program streams 24/7. It provides a clean video player for the city website with integrated video on-demand archive. So kind of what I was saying, that we are able to create essentially like a sub-website with all of our videos on top of YouTube and whatever else we have or want. And then the stream integrates with our social media, which is where a lot of, a big portion of our users are also on the web as well. So having that option is really good. So just the solution continued. So there's an additional, as I said, it's a mixed variant issue. It's not just the hardware itself, it's also things that we have to work on here from our research. So again, the bandwidth for the streaming service will be prioritized at 7 p.m. during the public meetings, just to ensure that we don't have any glitching issues from that perspective. IT and communications will also optimize the website to ensure that Telview's video player is linked properly, not encoded incorrectly. And then another thing, just from my recommendations and in my experience, we're also going to put the link to the video player on the top of the website versus it just being buried underneath on all the other pages that offer this, so like Planning Commission, City Council, and those sorts, so people are able to access it right away if they want. Fourth is the communications. We're going to share this throughout all of our media channels just to ensure that people are aware of the updated service and that they know where to find it. So that'll include all our external as well as internal, and then any media contacts that we have. And then lastly is communications will create a troubleshooting sheet for residents and viewers thanks to TAC. That was a great recommendation closer to the end of when we were kind of putting this all together that we thought would be very helpful, and we're going to add that as well. Next step, so this is kind of like a rough estimate and timeline on how we're wanting to proceed this out. Obviously, we don't want to wait too long, but we also want to make sure that this is properly installed and properly tested so we don't have this issue again. So obviously, starting with today, if we get the approval for the budget reallocation, we'll make the purchase for the new hardware and the streaming service. Probably by next week or tomorrow, depending on how quickly you approve it. By the end of February, or end of January, early February, we'll start the installation and implementation of the new hardware and streaming service. February, we'll start testing it, utilizing CEAC, and if for those out there, it's the Community Engagement Advisory Committee and TAC, the Technology Advisory Committee, on their resources to help make sure that we're testing and streaming properly during the testing months. And then February, we're going to propose that as the completion and the official outreach of actually letting people know that we've completed the task, and that they can start actually streaming and not have any issues. Additionally, not because, like, you know, it's not a quick fix. We always want to make sure that we're improving and making sure that everything's finished. Communications and IT will work with our finance department on maintaining a proper equipment replacement plan. Because while this is an optimized service and the latest and greatest, we want to make sure that, you know, if we don't want to wait till another 6 years and have to come to you again and ask for a major reallocation of a budget. We want to make sure that we're planning accordingly and properly and stating things to make sure that the hardware stays good. So a 7-year plan is what we're proposing, or like working out right now in terms of numbers for the hardware, and then a 5-year plan for the monitor and streaming service, and then we'll kind of go from there. Lastly is the preparation for phase 2, which is during budget season, because as you know, it's not just the streaming service that is involved with you know, our public meetings. We have a lot of aspects of like audio and our camera system that is involved in here, so we want to make sure that we're updating everything. So we'll look at audio updates and the transition to the final camera, so we have HD. Digital signage for the city facility, so that way anytime any resident or viewer comes in, they can see what's happening in the city. That's the most current and up-to-date. And then lastly is the consolidation of CMNtv equipment into one room, because currently I think we're in about 3? Yes, so we're in 3 different rooms for all our hardware. So CMN typically at every meeting is running back and forth for our presentations and what have you. So. All right, so I have questions if you have them. If Chris and Stan, you'd like to come up and join me.
Can you turn the lights back on
yeah.
so we can see them? Thank you. All right, questions for the team? Councilmember Baker?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thanks to the team for putting this together. I appreciate the partnership across the different departments and organizations to understand the nature of the problem and to take it seriously and propose you know, a reasonably aggressive schedule to complete this and still accomplish all the objectives we're hoping for. So thank you very much for that. I did have a question. If you could just clarify for most of the folks at home that may have the AT&T service, that the impact of this change on those being able to watch on their AT&T cable systems, right? That's a whole different system. If you just kind of elaborate on that for a second.
Thank you, Councilmember Baker. Yes, AT&T, God bless their hearts, considers themselves separate from Comcast and WOW. Comcast and WOW are bound by law to provide the city equipment to get the signal to them free of charge, whereas AT&T excludes themselves and so wishes to charge each municipality upwards of $13,000 to do that. So this system does not accommodate this, does not include that cost. We could deal with AT&T separately, but that would be a totally separate system. For those of you using AT&T at home, I would recommend visiting the Berkley website, or if this system is implemented, Berkley YouTube and Facebook, where this stream will be available on all of your devices, desktop, laptop, phone, or even tablet.
Well said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Additional questions?
I just have a comment. I want to thank all of you for presenting us with such a robust program, doing your due diligence. I mean, I love to see the cooperation between all the departments to make this better. I know that when you realized that we had identified this problem, you got right on it, and I look forward to the implementation of a new and improved system. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hennan?
Yes. Are there any annual fees or fees for upgrading the software, you know, throughout the life of the contract, or is it just $18,000 up front and we're good for a while?
Yes, the streaming and video on demand archive do have a annual fee. Yes, that is currently, the first year is included in $18,000, and depending on how large of a capacity you guys end up settling for, meaning how many meetings you want to keep online, can range from $1,300 to $1,500 a year.
Okay, thank you.
I would be including that in the budget. We've
Yeah.
been discussing that, so. Yeah.
Okay. Additional questions? Again, thank you all. We have had a number of residents who have reached out to us saying, hey, the meeting's gone, everything, or not being able to rewatch things that's been happening the last couple of months since you mentioned it. It's certainly something that we do need to remedy, so that there is obviously access who would not want to be able to watch these meetings. So I appreciate that, and in all seriousnness, it is something that we have to make sure gets taken care of, and that residents do have the opportunity to be able to engage as much as possible. So thank you all for your presentation today.
Thank you. All right.
Ms. Mitchell, while we're shutting down, would you please read item number 3 on tonight's agenda?
Motion number M220, matter of amending the City of Berkeley's fee schedule to increase the credit card payment fee from 2.75% to 3%.
Is there a motion to approve M0220?
Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion approved by Councilmember Hennan with support from Councilmember Blanchard. Mr. Baumgarten.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Your packet includes a background memo on the nature of this request. We're still joined by Library Director Matt Church, who can fill you in on some additional information, but essentially this is to accommodate a pass-through rate.
Mr. Director.
All right, thank you. So we've been really happy with Square as a company to work with to accept credit card payments. People have been very happy to be able to pay with credit card. We've been using Square for more than 2 years. They originally started with a flat fee of 2.75%, and we were passing that exact fee on to patrons. They recently made a change so that they lowered it to 2.65%, but will add a 10-cent charge onto every transaction. So it is not a good thing for us. It's not a huge deal, but it does mean we're paying a bit more to accept credit cards as a form of payment. We can't pass on that exact charge to patrons. So we monitored how that change impacted us, and it wasn't a significant change. In December, we ended up paying about $5 more for all of our credit card transactions. So in talking with the finance director, we thought that we would increase it slightly to a flat 3% fee that we'll pass on to the patrons, get us a little closer to what we're actually paying to accept the credit cards, but still making it very cost effective for people to use credit card as a form of payment.
Right. And as Mr. Baumgarten mentioned, this is not something that we decided to just do. It's obviously a pass-through. It has to do with Square.
Yes.
And making sure that we are able to cover the cost to provide the service to our patrons.
That's right.
Additional questions for our library director? Mayor, or, Councilmember Baker.
Yeah, that's right. 4 years. Thank you for keeping an eye on this and striving to both balance the needs of the city and keeping it as cost-effective as possible for our patrons. From a timing and implementation perspective, how might we go about communicating this to folks, and then approximate what target date are you looking for to flip the proverbial switch?
It's a quick login to our settings, and it can change from 2.75 to 3 very quickly. Most of the time we communicate the fee right across the desk, so it would be our frontline circulation staff just letting people know that, now our charge is 3%. When we rolled out the credit card fees initially, we had to sign up at the front desk, so that would be updated to say 3%, and probably just a quick mention on social media so people were aware. It's close enough to what we've been charging. I don't think it'll be too alarming.
Right. Yeah, and thank you. I appreciate the thoughtfulness of the outreach there and the messaging, so folks say, "Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense." That kind of thing. Thank you again.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Councilmember Gavin?
Thank you, Your Honor, and thanks for bringing this in front of us, Matt.
Yes.
Just a quick question for the city manager. It's kind of a little bit broader question. For credit card transactions, is there a flat fee across departments? And I guess if so, or I guess if not, does the amount change based on the transaction that's actually...
Yes, the amount actually changes based on the transaction. We also have 3 different credit card vendors that we use across our operation. We found that depending on the type of the transaction, there are some vendors that are better or more easily able to accommodate it than others. And then other sign-up programs like the Recreation, the Max Galaxy program, have a preferred vendor that they're working with as well. One of the reasons why I went to break out, say, Square from the program that we use, Official Payments Court for tax and water bills, is Square does a better job accommodating small transactions, which are what most of the late fees that are found at the library are. So to answer the question, that it does change based on the type. Water bills and taxes each have a different scale that they use, and then it also goes by the monetary value of the payment being made as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Councilmember Price?
Just as the liaison to the library board, I did get a heads up on this information. Director Church presented it at the library board meeting, and that board was very much in support of this plan for moving forward as well. I wanted to share that with council.
Thank you. Seeing nobody else, thank you again, Matt, for being here for both of those items. And
Yes,
Ms.
thank you.
Mitchell, anything else? Sorry,
No,
didn't
that's
mean to
it.
cut you
Thank
off, sorry. Would you please call the roll on M0220? Oh, sorry, yes.
Maybe I'm not, my name's Don McDonald over in Berkley. I've been in the city and I've tried to pay some bills, but I didn't have a credit card. What I had was a debit card, and they would not accept my debit card. I don't know why. I don't know if this policy has changed or not, or if you're still into just credit cards only, which, you know.
Was that at the library or some? Or
No,
was
the
it-
city,
This is at,
city desk.
okay.
To pay some bills and all that stuff. They won't take a debit card, you know, taxes, whatever. I can't pay with my debit card, which is straight cash. You know, to say a credit card, which is, you know, borrowing from a bank or whatever. I don't know if that policy has changed or if not, but it needs to be changed.
Certainly. Mr. Baumgarten, any?
If you want to leave information with us, I can follow up on that situation. We do accept debit cards, credit cards, several different manners of payment, so we can certainly help you. I personally pay mine the same way, so.
I don't know if that's been recent or not. I know that I've been turned away, that I just give them cash and, you know, resolve the headache, so.
I'd invite you to leave your information here, and we follow up with you individually.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Ms. Mitchell, would you please call the roll on M0220?
Gavin?
Yes.
Hennan?
Yes.
Price?
Yes.
Baker?
Yes.
Blanchard?
Yes.
Dean?
Yes.
Turbrack?
Yes. We now move on to item number 4 on tonight's agenda. Ms. Mitchell, would you please read item number 4?
Motion number M320, matter of approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City of Berkeley and the City of Huntington Woods for shared resources and services.
Is there a motion to approve M0320?
Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion approved by Councilmember Baker with support from Councilmember Blanchard. Mr. Baumgarten?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are joined by DPW Director Derek Schuler, who's provided the the memo, justification, and reasoning included in your packet, as well as the agreement itself. As noted in the memo, Mr. Sterin, our city attorney, has also reviewed and has no issues with the attached agreement.
Mr. Schuler?
Good evening. So this is the same agreement that we've entered into for a few years, a couple of modifications that I'll highlight, but this is the same intergovernmental agreement for shared resources and services that we work out with Huntington Woods, as well as the Berkeley School District, which is a separate agreement. So the changes this year, per Huntington Woods, we are moving from a 2-year agreement to a 3-year agreement. And then Huntington Woods also wanted to remove fuel from the agreement because they recently purchased their own fuel tank. So they will no longer purchase fuel from us. So. But other than that, it's pretty much the exact same agreement that we've used before. So happy to answer any questions. Again, this is shared resources and services. It's a good thing for us to cooperate with them. The ability to share equipment and other resources has proved to be a valuable thing for us. So,
Questions for Director Schuler? Didn't anticipate too many of them.
It's
This one?
Who pushed, Huntington Woods pushed for the 3-year?
yeah,
Yours.
yeah, that was both of our ideas. But so just moving to a 3-year term instead of a 2-year term.
So it doesn't adversely affect Berkeley?
No, it does not.
Any additional questions? All right, seeing none, I don't anticipate you moving too far, Mr. Schuler, but Ms. Mitchell, would you please call the roll on M0320?
Hennan?
Yes.
Price?
Yes.
Baker?
Yes.
Blanchard?
Yes.
Dean?
Yes.
Gavin?
Yes.
Turbrack?
Yes. M0320 has passed. And Ms. Mitchell, would you please read item number 5 on tonight's agenda?
Motion number M420, matter of awarding the sewer maintenance services contract to Liquiforce Granite Inliner located at 28529 Goddard Road, Romulus, Michigan, for a 5-year term. Funding of $350,000 has been allocated in fiscal 2019-2020 budget under account number 592-940-974-000.
Is there a motion to approve M0420?
Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion approved by Councilmember Blanchard with support from Mayor Pro Tem Dean. Mr. Baumgart?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a continuation of our decades-long program to reline and invest in our sewer system. As you know, this secure-in-place pipe is a plastic pipe that is essentially run through our existing infrastructure, creating inside an old pipe a brand-new plastic pipe in its place. So it's a great program. We've gotten to about 34% or so of the city's sewer system, so we're very proud of that. And this commitment is 5 more great years of making the same type of improvements.
Mr. Schuler?
Yes, and so this trenchless technology has been used in Berkeley for over 25 years now. So Berkeley was one of the first communities to really get going with trenchless technologies, and specifically sewer lining. So we've got, as Matt alluded to, 34% of our system is lined. I ran the numbers from GIS this morning to actually check on that. So every year that we line pipes, that number continues to increase. So that's a very impressive number and one that I think we could go against really any community on as far as structural lining. So we bid out this contract every so often, and it came time to bid it out again. And when I was researching on Mitten to bid it out again, I realized that another community had recently gone through the same process, and actually a very similar process to the one that we used the last time. A request for qualifications and a scoring system that very similar to the one that I used back however many years ago when we last bid out the job. So in looking further on that and looking at those specifications, talking to Dearborn Heights, which was the community that used it, I realized that we could probably save some engineering money here and not produce our own specs that would essentially be identical to theirs, that we could just follow the rating system that they use. So that's what we're proposing here today, is basically to do that, which would save us several $1,000s on the upfront design, because we would not need to work with the engineer to produce a spec and go bid and follow that same process. It was a very recent bid, and again, I reviewed all of those numbers, and I didn't see anything there that caused concern. So before you tonight is that essentially the Dearborn Heights bid that we will piggyback on and utilize for our next 5 years for sewer lining. And those unit prices are held firm for 5 years. So that's another component to this. The structure of the unit pricing is a little bit different than we did before, in that a lot of the incremental increases that we had before that I had to track when a section of pipe was lined, we don't have to worry about that as much now. A lot of those costs are now incidental to the overall unit costs. So those are a couple highlights of it, but I'm happy to answer some questions on the program.
Questions for Mr. Schuler? Councilmember Blanchard?
Thank you, Your Honor. Is this the same company we've had in the past?
I'm sorry?
Is this the same company that we've used in the past?
It is. It is. Liquiforce is the company. They're changing their name to Granite. They're combining companies, but it is the same company that has won the bid previously as well.
Same quality.
Yeah, and we've been very happy with their level of service. So
they've done a great job in the past.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I noticed in our packet that HRC, our city engineers, have signed off on this, so they've reviewed the bid, you've reviewed the bid, they're good with it, you're good with it, so we're going to be good with it.
that is correct. So HRC we did not have to utilize them for pure engineering services on
Sure.
this. We were able to, but I did ask them to please look at the documents and give us a written opinion on it, which they did, so yes.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Gammon?
Thank you, Your Honor. Certainly do like the fixed cost, so that's great. The one question I do have, is there any reason that Berkeley's job would be more or less attractive than Dearborn Heights' job that might cause lead to lower or higher bids? Amount of lining type, anything like that you could foresee?
Nothing that I'm aware of at this time.
Okay. All right.
It's
Thank you.
pretty basic.
Go ahead. Could you come up to the microphone, please? Yes. so everybody can hear.
Steve Siebold, Berkeley. They redid our My Street Thomas probably about 10 years ago, and they offered the program to the city, the people that own the homes, and they did it at a reduced cost, and they put it on our taxes. And in other words, you could reline your sewer up to your house. And I was wondering if anything's going to be available like that, and also some information exactly what this process is. You know, the plastic, rubber, whatever they put in there, the durability. You know, more information about the longevity of that, because it is a big expense.
Mr. Schuler, do you have any information?
So on the longevity question first, the technical folks with lining, you know, certainly say 50-plus years. There's been some new research that I came across that says that number is probably closer to a 100-year design life for a liner. So essentially what we would consider a design life for a new pipe. That's kind of what you're looking at with lining. So every situation's a little bit unique. The loading, the depth, all of those factors are going to come into play, but you're looking at a 50 to 100-year design life. Now, we have a lot of pipe in Berkeley that has exceeded its design life that's doing okay. That's not so you have to weigh that a little bit, but that'll give you a little bit of perspective on that. Relative to the question on the lateral lining, which was a program that was in Berkeley prior to my arrival, where they did private work basically for residents to line their own sewer lines. That's something that we can keep looking into. You know, at this point, you know, when you got into that public versus private piece, it gets a little bit cloudy as far as who's warranting it and those sort of things. But there are some components to this bid that lead you to that direction. So we're going to look at those a little bit to see if it's beneficial for us. There is some bid items in here that are unique to private sewers that we'll look at a little bit. I'm intrigued to look at them where there may be some new technologies that would benefit both the homeowner and the city, so I plan on exploring those options. But it's new stuff that I'd like to get some references on. So,
well, thank you, Mr. Schuler, for being here and you know, talking about a program that we're incredibly proud of here in the city, and we'll certainly want to continue. And you know, if the lifetime between 50 to 100, those are pretty significant improvements. And as I mentioned, this is something that we've been committed to doing for a long time now, see significant benefit to it, and as I mentioned, it's something that we're very proud of here, and thank you for bringing this to us so that we can continue it into the future.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hennig?
Yeah, since we're only able to reline about a mile of the sewer per year, if we offered this also to private individuals, there wouldn't be a tremendous number of people that it's offered to, correct?
That's correct. That's correct. And obviously, there's a cost to that. There's a lot of residential connections when we're lining a mile of pipe, if you can picture that, you know, and so those costs would accelerate very quickly. But yeah, you're correct. Based on our current funding and the unit pricing that we have, we're able to line just over a mile of public sewer pipe every year. So that's our current pace.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, Ms. Mitchell, would you please call the roll on M0420?
Price?
Yes.
Baker?
Yes.
Blanchard?
Yes.
Dean?
Yes.
Gavin?
Yes.
Hennon?
Yes.
Turbrack?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Schuler. Now move on to item number 6 on tonight's agenda. Ms. Mitchell, would you please read that item?
Resolution number R120, matter of approving a resolution of the Council of the City of Berkeley, Michigan, approving the marijuana business license application evaluation point system to be utilized in evaluating marijuana business license applications.
Is there a motion to approve R0120?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Mayor Pro Tem Dean.
Support.
Support. Council Member Henning? Yes? Okay, good. I don't know if I should start or if I should let you start.
By all means, sir.
Well, this is not the first time we have had a discussion. Oh, wow, the cameras are coming on. What's going on? Sorry, Derek. Nobody wanted to hear about that. This is something that we've obviously discussed numerous times. It's something that has changed and evolved. We are going to be discussing the merit-based criteria. The same rules that have applied in the past apply today. We are looking for input of council to see if we are ready to move this forward or if we are not ready to move this forward yet. Input certainly from the folks that are here is welcome, as long as it is not, I think this should be X amount of points because it fits my business model a little bit better, which, believe it or not, we've seen a number of times. I certainly don't anticipate it going that direction, but if it does, I will very politely ask you to please stop talking, and we will continue our conversation. We're all good? Yes? Yes? Okay, perfect. Mr. Baumgarten.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is, as you recall, follow-up from our previous meeting where we discussed a draft version of this very scoring system. We took the feedback from City Council. This was presented to the website. We took feedback from some of the interested parties that you mentioned. We took feedback from residents. We took feedback from members of council. Sometimes, admittedly, it was contradictory feedback, but we also tried to accommodate that the best we can. We are joined, of course, by our familiar faces on our marijuana policy team, Dan Hill, as well as Aaron Schluto, City Attorney, and myself constitute that four-member group. That has been our internal policy team. A couple of things I want to draw your attention to hot off of our previous conversation. If you look at the merit-based criteria indicated in your packet here, again, and very much in draft form, some of the things that were specifically asked of us last time, reevaluation of where the geographic location sits. You'll see that has moved down in the number of point values to number 19. There was some conversation about the appropriate value assigned to a potential marijuana business not directly abutting a residential area. We addressed that in item 15. That moved up from number 7 to number 15. And I also want to call your attention to the approach that was taken on some of the green infrastructure as well. We called out specific items so that it's not an all or nothing type of ward. We can actually try to incentivize better development and better stormwater management by asking specifically for certain things, much of that based on Councilmember Blanchard's feedback that we received. And finally, want to call attention to was recommended last time from a member of the audience. Council concurred that crediting experience in this field would be appropriate if we can pull in those that have operated perhaps outside of the state of Michigan, but can demonstrate where they have been successful and potentially run a successful business here in Berkley. So that is point bracket number 10. You'll see how it's split up there. There's now 2 subcategories for in-state and out-of-state experience there. I believe that those are some of the larger topics that we had discussed during the previous meeting. But again, I know Council's had the opportunity to see this, as has been our practice. This draft has been on our website for since it was essentially internally approved as a proposed agenda for the City Council. So, in addition to the criteria, you'll see there's also some definitions, the resolution itself, and then a memo written by our internal staff.
All right. Who would like to begin with some comments? Again, we'll, as we've done, I'll allow council to give some initial feedback, certainly then to the folks that are here in attendance. And if council does feel at some point that we are comfortable moving forward, then we will move for a vote at that time. And just again, overarching theme here, what we are trying to create with this merit-based criteria is the types of owners, operators, the quality of the operator, and businesses that are going to fit into our community. Making sure that we have good people that are not here or applying to flip a license, which we have seen in numerous places around the state and the country. You get a license and then you try to sell it. We were definitely trying to disincentivize that in any way possible and make sure that the folks that are applying for these licenses are folks that want to be in Berkley and want to be good operators and owners of that property. So, who would like to hop on? Councilmember Blanchard.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd just like to say I think a lot of work has been done on this program. I'm impressed with what they've got. I think that we're getting real close. There may be some other comments from other council members, but I think we're getting real close, and this looks good to me so far.
Okay. Thank you.
The next.
Councilmember Price?
Thank you very much for adding the definition of stakeholder. I think we're getting at that more inclusive, all-encompassing definition. I did find the managing stakeholder and managerial employee, that language wasn't quite as clear as I think I would like it to be. I think there's just some tweaking of language there. If managing stakeholder is someone who is managing the business as opposed to a financial stakeholder or owner, then I would like to change what now receives 23 points so that it's managing stakeholders and stakeholders. So it includes both the owners and the people who are making management decisions for the business, who are demonstrating a history of lawfully operating a business. And that goes again back to my emphasis last time, that I care the most about the stakeholders, making sure that we're getting really quality people who are the owners, the operators, and again, trying to make that case that I know that we can't require the applicants disclose 100% of their stakeholders, because the state only requires people with 10% or more to be to disclose. But if we can incentivize it with points, I like to make that as high as possible. My worst case scenario here is a group of 11 people who all have equal ownership, and that now none of them need to disclose who they are. And we want the best people to be running these businesses. So I think incentivizing that as much as possible would be in our best interest.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's continue in this way.
Okay, you're up.
Thank you, Your Honor. I, again, want to also thank administration and staff for all of your hard work in preparing several presentations over the last few months and receiving and listening to the input and feedback from us and from the residents and from other interested folks. So thanks to you for continuing this work and bringing this again to us here this evening. At the last discussion, I had a few observations that I offered into the conversation, and I see that those have been addressed in here. I'm pleased with the progress in making those adjustments. I think that's great. And if I could restate what I think I heard you say it specifically on the item number 23 towards the top. The way I processed what you were saying was we have this definition of stakeholders, and then managing stakeholders is like a subset of that. And so what you were looking to do was ensure that the broader group of stakeholders at large, which include managing stakeholders, would be listed on that item. Is that, just from my own understanding, is that what you were?
Actually, I will say I was very confused about the two definitions of stakeholders and managing stakeholders. And when I spoke to the city manager about it, my understanding was that they were two separate things. That managing stakeholder was like a management who doesn't necessarily have ownership in the company.
So they're separate then.
So they're separate,
Yeah.
which is why I really think that definition needs to make that clear rather than putting them both in together. But yes, if the city manager, if I misunderstood, please correct me. Okay.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sure, why not? To your point, Councilmember Price, I too was getting bogged down in the terminology and the definitions of stakeholder, managing stakeholder, and to just take that another step further, how do those differ from applicant? Because you could be the applicant, but perhaps not the managing stakeholder, or I guess a lot of different combinations, and to your point, wanting to do the best possible thing for Berkeley. I do want to thank all of you for your work thus far on this. This document has come a long way, and we've seen it become more fine-tuned as we go along. And so I'm grateful for the dialogue and for all the work that continues to be done. So thank you very much.
Would you like to go, Councilmember
Sure.
Henning? Okay.
Yeah. I don't have any major concerns with it. Is it exactly where I want it? No. But is it exactly where any of us want it? Probably not. That means it's probably where it should be. So on this managing stakeholder thing, looking at the definition that we have here, managing stakeholder would be a subset of stakeholders, based on my reading of this. So
I would agree.
that's the only comment I had.
Councilmember Gavin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, I tend to agree with my colleague here. I think we're reaching with this score or point scoring sort of a greater equilibrium. By bringing down the scoring for location, we can still incentivize underdeveloped areas of the city, but not solely relegating them to a certain portion. Additionally, kind of reaching that equilibrium on distance from residents and trying to prioritize resident protection. So I think I've done a very good job of that, and I think, thank you all for your work on this. But I tend to agree that not exactly maybe where I'd like it, but I think that's a sign of a good setup. So.
Well, I shall throw a wrench in everybody's plan. I do agree that it is close. In the last revision, as I was rereading through everything, there is the stakeholder question that's been brought up, the managing stakeholder versus stakeholder. But as I look at some of the different ways that you get points, and that there is no number that the committee has come up with as a total point system. It's just we're assigning points, and then whatever it adds up to, it adds up to. It's in 70% you need to be able to be considered. That is what we're working off of. But as I read even the 25, and then go through the 23, and then we look at the 22, which is just not displacing an operational business in Berkley, the business and property under common and ownership control. As we move forward to the 17 point and the 16 point, to me, it seems that there are a lot of points for things that we've already given points for in this metric and in other places. Managing stakeholder is a current property owner in Berkley. Managing stakeholder is a majority owner or stakeholder of an existing Berkley business. I understand the intent is to not disqualify anybody who has been in the city either as a property owner or an existing business that maybe doesn't own space but is leasing space. And we want to certainly recognize that. It is important that somebody was here and was operating in the city before this became the cool thing to do. But I don't know that we need to give a free 33 points necessarily for that. It seems like a lot of points, which is more essentially than any other value that we have here. And that 17 and 16, I feel like there's a way we can kind of merge those together into one category, still recognizing everybody, still giving them most points for those, but instead of it being 33 points, it's, for example, a managing stakeholder is a property owner in Berkley or a stakeholder of an existing business. Once we have identified what managing stakeholder and stakeholder, we're clear on exactly what that means. Stakeholder to me is the overarch, that encompasses all of them, I believe. And encompassed that both there and said, okay, well, we're going to give you 20 points for that because you were instead of the 33 points. Again, it doesn't hurt anything. It reduces the total amount of points by 16, but I feel like it doesn't also artificially potentially prop up because, again, for me, aside from the things that were mentioned in development, potential opportunities, the quality of the operator is incredibly important, and it's something that's been mentioned a number of times here. And I want to focus on, we have some other things that'll push that up, and I just worry that 33 points, while it is important, it may artificially prop up some applications. Now, before I finish, I don't envision anybody being able to get a perfect score on this. I don't know that it's possible. I do know that a lot of folks think they have a perfect score. Maybe they do. I don't know. And so, when I'm looking at it, I'm not looking at it as a way to, we're going to have 6 people that get a perfect score. I don't know that it's necessarily possible. So I want to make sure that when we are able to score these, we're able to have enough differentiation in there to really recognize the folks that we're trying to get the highest of quality in terms of operators, while not taking anybody out of the equation, saying, yes, we appreciate that, we recognize that, we certainly want to allow you to have the points for that, but not get a little too carried away in the points for those two. So I think we could combine 17 and 16 pretty easily and potentially change that to a different number of points. Again, whether it's a different number of points or not, it doesn't really matter. You're going to get 17 points. You're going to get 17 points. It's just, I just felt like when I was reading through it again and again and again that they're all starting to jumble together. And I don't know if it's because they're the stakeholders and how they're looking, where we're calling a majority owner versus an existing business versus a managing stakeholder is now a property owner in Berkley, which means property. It doesn't mean that you have to own that business that you're specifically applying for. That is clear in here. It's just property owner, whether you're a residential owner, commercial property owner. You are a property owner. In my initial reading, it seemed that we were talking about that specific location. Not necessarily. It does not have to be that way. So if that's the case, then I think we can put those two together and streamline things just a little bit and try to continue with our goal of getting the best operators that we can possibly find. Additional thoughts or questions before we open this up? Councilmember Henry?
I agree with that thought. I do like the idea of merging 17 and 16. Just leave it at that slot at 17, slide everything up, and make it a or statement, 17 or 16.
Yeah, on that point as well. I mean, even if you did the opposite, we did 16, I guess, then possibly being able to just break them out like we've done for green infrastructure or for the experience. You might be able to just assign a point value to each of those two things. So in this case, 8 and 8. If you wanted to go that route as well, so that way you have at least you could have either or at that point.
Yeah, I mean, whether you're the managing stakeholder as a current property owner or the managing stakeholder, now the whole majority owner thing changes a little bit there, which is why I lean towards 17. If you're a property owner in the city, whether it's, like I mentioned before, that is important. I would assume you're probably the majority owner of your home, but maybe you're not. I don't know. You are a property owner in the city of Berkeley, so that's why I lean that way, but thank you.
That's fine. Yep.
Okay. Any additional council member, or Mr. Attorney?
Thought I got elevated there for a moment.
No. I thought you were saving your energy for later.
Well, before we moved off this, managing stakeholder versus stakeholder discussion into something else, and then I'll forget to come back to it. I thought I might just try to address that. Not so much the points that you, Mr. Mayor, and Councilman Hennon were just discussing about the points and the merging. I mean, that's council's call. However you end up landing on that is fine. We'll make it work. But in terms of the distinction and the definitions, we didn't think that the definition would be as confusing as it apparently is, and maybe there's something we can do to help with that, such as splitting them up. Stakeholder is actually a defined term in the ordinance, and there is a distinction between the two. I would recommend against just merging them under one umbrella term, because we are making distinctions for the purposes of awarding points between someone who is just a stakeholder, which is basically someone who has a 10% interest, could simply be a silent money investor that has absolutely nothing to do with the business. We're making a distinction between those folks who are stakeholders and managing stakeholders, who are the folks who are actually running the operation, making the business decisions. And it's with respect to the managing stakeholders that I think we have the most interest and focus. Not that we aren't concerned about where the money's coming from, but what we're really looking for through this criteria, as the mayor started out saying, is we know we're going to have a limited number of licenses. And we anticipate from the input we've gotten so far, we are likely to have many more applicants than we have licenses to give. So we have set up this framework, and we're attempting to craft this point criteria to help the council come up with the very best applicants based on a variety of criteria in order to award licenses to, as well as to create a system that allows us to create distinctions among applicants. Doesn't help us very much if we have, say, 50 applicants and 45 of them have the exact same score. and the other 5 are 1 point behind. So we are trying to create distinctions. And without belaboring this, as the mayor mentioned, we have like at 23 points, 17 points, 16 points, 10 points. There we are using the terminology managing stakeholder. And that is by design, because again, it's the management people that we're interested in showing the operating history, the successful operation of business. We're less concerned about Grandma Jones, who maybe invested some money into the business, but has nothing to do with it and has no experience. She's simply an investor. But we are very interested in the managing stakeholders' reputations, their expertise, their experience both in Michigan and elsewhere, and their property ownership. We were also trying to think of many different ways, not that anybody would have bad intentions, but we fully expect in this competitive environment that we are in and will be in, that folks will try to come up with some very creative solutions to present the best case possible to get a license. Some of those solutions could even include, if we just refer to stakeholders, it wouldn't be hard to bring in some minority interest who just happens to own property or a business in Berkeley, but will have nothing really to do with this business, but by doing that, we get all the points. So we really wanted to focus on the managing people to make sure that, we're going to get what we think we're getting. I also want to point out that we do include under the 8-point category. That would cover everybody else. I mean, we don't require, nor does the state of Michigan require, that every investor be listed or everybody that has an interest be listed on the application. Our minimum threshold is 10% ownership. But we are under line number 8, we are giving the bonus points, if you will, the 8 points for those who do voluntarily disclose all stakeholders, if you will, as well as people who have an ownership interest below that 10% stakeholder threshold. So anyway, council may disagree or may want to change that, but I just wanted to explain how we came up with this particular program for you.
Could I just ask a few questions about
Sure.
that? Is it possible to be a managing stakeholder without being a stakeholder?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. A managing stakeholder could be, and again, it can be somebody who's both either or an employee or someone who actually has an ownership interest.
Okay. And is it possible for an application that has more than 10 stakeholders to not need to disclose any of their stakeholders?
Somebody has to manage it. I mean, there are, they have to have some form of management. You can't have 10 stakeholders, but nobody is involved in management. It doesn't.
So they have to. There has to be somebody with some majority amount of stakeholder.
They don't necessarily have to have a majority interest, but they need to have a title, if you will.
Okay.
If it's a corporation, there'll be a board of directors. If it's an LLC, there'll be managing members, that sort of thing, depending on the type of entity that it is. Partnerships have general partners, limited partners.
Okay. So I guess this is my question again for council: is do we value disclosing 100% of owners and stakeholders more than just the bonus 8 points? I do, but I'm not sure I hear that from anyone else. So that's my question for the rest of council. That's all. Thank you.
Additional responses or questions, comments?
Sure. Thank you. I do think it could go up something other than 8. Sounds fair to me. And then back to the definition, I do appreciate the additional dialogue. If I, just reading this straight up, and I don't want to get all geeky with set theory and stuff, but very clearly as written, this says that, it defines a stakeholder And then it says managing stakeholders are a stakeholder that does this other thing. Therefore, the way it's written is a subset. So we would certainly need to clarify this to be more in alignment with the intended approach, for which I also do completely support the drive towards the folks that are actually going to be there, the operators. So maybe we use different language entirely.
We can do that, and I know Mr. Hill's wheels are already turning because we were talking about this within an hour of the start of this meeting.
Right. Thank you.
Before I open it up to the folks that are here, I just wanted to revisit if council, if there is an appetite for the change or the merging, I guess, that I mentioned, and we take the managing stakeholder as a current property owner in Berkley, or stakeholder of an existing Berkley business to encompass all of the different, folks who may have different stakes, whether they're owners, whether leasers, and make that, for example, with 17 points, and then removing the 16-point line that seems to be a little duplicitous in some of the other ones. Is there, okay?
Yes.
And it would be move the 15 up to 16
Yeah,
and so
push
on.
everything, yeah,
Yes.
move everything else up.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, got that, Mr. Hill? Okay.
I got it.
Other, yes, Councilman Hill.
Going back to managing stakeholder, I prefer the definition as it is now, and leaving it at the concept being a person who is owns 10% or more of the business and is managing it, has these criteria, has these roles. That I would like to keep the definition as is, not a different definition, not a different. I think the appropriate term, if we did want to do it, would just be manager. A manager. But managers come and go. A managing stakeholder is much more likely to be a permanent or a longer-term fixture. And that's my rationale there.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Anybody like to give their input? Again, we appreciate your input. Ultimately, I want everyone to be aware that this is a council decision. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Barton Morris. I'm an attorney. I'm the principal attorney at the Cannabis Legal Group. My office is in Royal Oak. I wanted to address the criteria with respect to the facilities abutting up to residential zones, providing 15 points. In fact, you increased it to 15 points. Marijuana retail businesses and provisioning centers are supposed to serve residents, and they are doing so in the same manner as a liquor store, as a drugstore, as a restaurant. So I see no reason why we would disencourage or not encourage or try to disincent those businesses from being next to residential zones. I do see this as something that occurs in people thinking that this is something bad for residential zones, but I would submit to you that it's not. There's many reasons why people think it's bad, like for instance, odor. Well, your criteria is going to ensure that there's odor mitigation, and so does the state of Michigan. There's not going to be, and there's no history or any demonstration of an offensive odor. There's not going to be any additional traffic concerns or traffic issues with respect to facilities that are next to residential zones. There's no support for any additional crime. And property values will not be diminished. In fact, they likely will be increased because of the high security that marijuana facilities generally will undertake. I don't really see any basis to discourage these facilities from being next to residential zones. In fact, I think that it is contrary to some other criteria that that has been laid out with respect to particularly providing, encouraging development on 12 Mile and 11 Mile and Woodward, where most, if not all of those developments will be next to residential zones. I have been doing this a long time. I've represented and have gotten a good deal of licenses in cities all over the state. And overwhelming majority of them, and the majority of the cities that have permitted them thus far, have permitted facilities like these next to residential zones. There has been no demonstration that it would disrupt anything with respect to residents. And I would strongly suggest and encourage the council to reconsider that particular provision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morris.
Hello, Glenn Goldberg, 11 Mile Road, Berkley. I would concur with Mr. Morris regarding the setback or the abutting of property, whatever type of business it is, liquor store, commercial properties, they do abut residential. And I believe that I would ask you to reconsider the setback amount. I think you may have received email from me regarding some other alternatives to offer a buffer, such as hardscaping, landscaping, things like that would allow more of a separation, however, not be a distance per se. In addition to that, he mentioned the odor control, which is another thing obviously we're all concerned about, which is addressed in the zone or the ordinance, so that's not going to be an issue. Secondly, I'd just like to address what the mayor was just discussing about combining the two 17 and 16 together. I've been a business owner in Berkley 25 years, property owner 20 years. So combining those is okay to me. Personally, I don't know the other business owners in the room or that are maybe applying. However, taking out the language that talks about 4 months as of the application date, meaning that somebody could just go start a business, let's say tomorrow, and qualify for those points because they're a Berkley business owner. I'd like you to consider leaving that language in for the minimum of the 4 months or 6 months or whatever it might be, so that there is some advantage to someone who's been in the city, been in the community, supported the community, that would allow them to receive those points versus someone who's just coming in, whether they're out of town, whether they're from another town. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Dean Smith, Berkeley. I haven't paid attention to your marijuana discussion. It's something that's outside of my purview. One of the things you were talking about with your managing owners and your owners, or your stakeholders, all of a sudden this thing popped into my somewhat devious brain. How do you protect yourself against somebody who has a, say, 10% ownership, but that ownership is fronted by another individual? You're going to assign points, and unless I just totally misread this, you've opened yourself up to a pretty ugly situation in which somebody is representing themselves as having control, but yet they don't. And I'd like to hear some thoughts on how you protect the community against a front operation.
Thank you. Anybody else before council goes back here? Okay. So council, we've talked about some changes, that we would like to see. Some we have not fully, I guess, made decisions on. Others we have gotten some feedback from the folks that are here in attendance. Is there a desire to further change the metric from some of the things that we have spoken about? And before we do, I guess I will, as far as the 4 months of the application date, that is something that initially I was very much in favor of, actually. What has me concerned, again, I want the best operators here, certainly want to help folks that have been in Berkley and have been part of our community and make sure that they get points deserving of that. And there are a number of other places where hopefully they'll get that additional boost as well. I do have personal concerns that the 4 months as of the application date, so whenever that application date officially is, we're going 4 months. And this kind of goes to what Mr. Smith just mentioned. I certainly like to see the good in everybody and trust the process. But I'm also not so naive to believe that dates won't be backdated or other things potentially could muddy the process. And while I'm aware of that, I would rather focus on, you know, the folks that, as you mentioned, have been here and have been a part of this. I mean, I don't know if anybody bought any place in the last 4 months that wants to apply for anything or not. I really don't know. Or if there's a business that opened and that makes them be an existing business. I understand, and this is something that I've really struggled with, that specific. To me, I really want the best operators, and I want to make sure that our city has the best operators. And that's what's driving that decision in my mind. So I felt like I should at least explain why I even made that point. All right, additional comments from council on some of the things either that we've heard before or that we talked about previously. Councilmember Hennan?
Continuing on that discussion of the property owners and stakeholders, I think it's well taken, the idea that be the stakeholder of an existing Berkley business. If we're going to have 4 months for one category, for both categories, I think that 4 months, or if we make it 6 months, or if we drop it, but I think it should be consistent between the two. And as I'm thinking about this, the type of, businesses, I have a business that I run out of my office in my house, but that would give me points. Should we perhaps be stipulating, retail business, since we are looking at retailers?
If we stipulate retail, then that disqualifies property owners, potentially, who are not retail. Is that accurate?
Well, it would still be the or part.
Okay, or the or part,
so,
I got you.
Property owners or, stakeholder of an existing retail Berkley business. And this thought just came to me, so it's not well developed yet. It could be more than just, it's very trivial to get up on the Secretary of State's website and start a business, and now you are a Berkley business owner, even if you've never done anything before, and that's trivial to do.
Okay. Additional?
I wanted to clarify Councilmember Gavin's point of when combining those into one point section, making them, instead of just saying or, so you have one or the other, making them sub-points so that you could get, so if it's 16, you have one of them, you get 8 points, you have the other one, you get 8 points, you have both of them, you get 16. Is that still what we're talking about too? Yeah.
No, go ahead. That's all right.
Well, I guess before we dive further down that rabbit hole.
Yeah.
It was at least my intent to hopefully be able to have a conversation, dialogue that was going to get us to a place where we were able to move this resolution forward.
Okay.
If we are not, that is absolutely fine. I would rather make sure we have this done correctly. But if there are going to be additional things that maybe we want to take a little more time on, and not to belabor or prolong the process, but I'd rather do it correctly than not do it. So I guess my question for council is, are we comfortable with the couple changes that we have made to move this forward, or are we not comfortable and we need to further dig a little bit deeper into some of these meetings? I will tell you that personally, with the change that I mentioned, I am comfortable with the rest of what we have here. I think it does a good job in creating what we are trying to create with this. But I need to hear from council.
I would be comfortable if the application disclosing 100% of owners and stakeholders was moved significantly up.
What do you mean by significantly?
Again, last time I made the case for top two, I'd like to hear what others think, but the higher the better for me.
Well, personally, I am more concerned with the managing stakeholder than just the stakeholders. And again, in stakeholders, as we talked about, this could turn into a lot of things into the future if these are companies potentially go public and get publicly traded, something that we spoke about earlier, and now we have to list every shareholder, which is not as much of a concern for me as making sure that it's run the right way with good operators, with good people that are going to be a part of the city of Berkeley. I'm not saying that I disagree with leaving, what we have in there. I think that's important, but in terms of, I am not personally, it doesn't hold more relevance to me than one of the managing options that we have up top, personally. Anybody?
Thank you again, Your Honor. I do, I like the idea of moving that up, but I'm not sure that for me, it's in the top part, because I do think this managing piece is quite important to us. I think there's a deeper, at least in my own mind, again, just understanding exactly what we mean. My colleague suggested keeping the definition of stakeholder, managing stakeholder as is, and perhaps clarifying the language. Or there's another approach where they're two different things, but you could be both. So I think that's a bit of a more core item that I'd like to ensure that we're all on the same page on. Because then that in turn affects how, when you read managing stakeholder, what does that actually mean? In one definition, they're actively on the ground with a 10% or more stake in the thing, and another, they're just active and on the ground and in the store running the place. Right? Those are different enough to me that I'd like to get clarity one way or the other.
Okay.
And where we stand with that.
Agreed.
So, yeah.
Just one more comment. I agree with that as well, and I also believe that number 16 is important. If you have owned and operated a Berkeley business, you have a track record here in the city. You've demonstrated not only your commitment to the city, but that you can and do run a solid business. And I think that I don't want us to lose sight of that, because it's a difficult thing to run a business and to do it well. And I think that then we have a track record of behavior and business that we can look at that's, tangible. And I almost think that that's more important to me than being a property owner. Just my opinion. So.
Okay. It seems to me that there is a little too much meat on this bone. Is that a correct feeling here? As I mentioned, I am okay as it stood with some changes, but if we are not, then there is no reason to continue moving this forward at this time. We do have a few other things on our plate this evening, so just move around. If we want to, unfortunately, belabor, move this into February, that's what we'll do, but it's okay. I mean, you feel like we need that, Jack?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think we should revisit it. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Steve?
Yeah, again, to the point of, does the managing stakeholder have a 10% ownership or not? I think that's really, we need to make sure we're aligned on that, because that helps drive different types of behavior.
Yes? We already got
Yes.
3.
I think we need
Okay,
one.
there we go. So, we have a motion to approve our 0120 on the table. Mr. Attorney, what's our best play?
I would suggest you move to postpone any further discussion or action to your next meeting.
Is that okay? Do we have to have a separate motion, or can the...
That should be a motion.
Okay. Would you like to make that motion since it was your motion?
Sure. I move to have a separate discussion. Table this, have a separate discussion.
Postpone. till
Postpone.
the February
Thanks.
meeting.
Yes.
Is that what you said?
That's what I'm
That's
saying.
what she meant.
Support?
Support.
Councilmember Hennon, okay, so we have that motion on the table. This is a motion to postpone. We'll see everybody back here in February. Any other discussion on the motion on the table? No? Seeing none, Ms. Mitchell, would you please call the roll on the motion?
Baker?
Yes.
Blanchard?
Yes.
Dean?
Yes.
Gavin?
Yes.
Hennon?
Yes.
Price?
Yes.
Turbrack?
Yes. Okay, so we are now moving on to item 7 on tonight's agenda.
Motion number M520, matter of approving special land use request SU-02-19 at 2485 Coolidge Highway for outdoor dining at the proposed restaurant to be located at the northwest corner of Coolidge Highway and Sunny Knoll Avenue.
Is there a motion to approve M0520?
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember Gavin, support from Councilmember Baker. Mr. Baumgarten?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item comes to you by way of the Planning Commission, who has spent their previous meeting looking at both the site plan as well as the holding public hearing for the special land use as included in your packet. Community Development Director Aaron Schluto was here to answer any questions you have, in addition to the memo and support materials she included in the packet.
Director, what do you have for us?
Thank you very much. City Manager Matt Baumgarten summarized it pretty well. The applicant, Tamina Group, is proposing to construct a new 11,690 square foot multi-tenant building at 2485 Coolidge Highway. There are 3 proposed uses that they are looking to construct in that multi-tenant building. One would be a swim club, namely Aquatots. There would be 2 retail establishments and then a restaurant. The purpose for this coming before your body this evening is outdoor seating is considered a special use in the Coolidge District. The Planning Commission held the required public hearing at the December 17th, 2019 meeting, wherein they listened to public's concerns regarding parking and any increased traffic along Sunny Knoll Avenue. This was discussed and agreed upon during the site plan approval process. They reviewed the special land use request for the outdoor seating against the 5 criteria within the zoning ordinance, and the Planning Commission recommended approval of the outdoor seating to the City Council. And with that, I will take any questions.
Questions for Director Schluto? You did a wonderful job. Councilmember Blanchard.
Just a quick one. We currently have outdoor seating in the Coolidge District, don't we, at Republica?
Yes, correct.
So this would be just an additional location with the same type of seating.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Is the applicant with us?
They
Have
are,
anything
yes.
they'd like to add?
Ladies and gentlemen, how are you? I'm Brian Tomina. I'm the developer of the proposed development and the owner of the Aquatat Swim School, along with my family and siblings.
And Brian, do you want to tell us any more about what we're, and is there anything I guess you want to add that?
You know what, we look forward to serving the community of Berkeley. Our mission is to obviously prevent drownings and help students and children learn to swim. We've got 8 locations or 7 locations here in the state. We recently did a project similar to this in the city of Woodhaven. It's been a complete success. The city is thrilled with our development. And we look forward to bringing that same sort of momentum here to the city of Berkeley.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here as well.
Absolutely.
Are there questions for Mr. Somina? Councilmember Gavin?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to say thank you to the Planning Commission for doing a very thorough job, and certainly the developer for being very willing to work with city administration on some of what was brought up at the Planning Commission meeting.
Planning was great. They did great for us, so we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments? Well, again, thank you for being here, and this is something that we certainly don't have in the city right now, and a new use with at least the Aquatots, and we appreciate your interest in the city and moving the way that we've been able to move through the process, as you mentioned, the way the Planning Commission very thoroughly went through everything and got us to this point, so I appreciate everybody's efforts in getting us here. Any additional questions or comments as we move on this special land use? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Mitchell, would you please call the roll on M0520?
Blanchard.
Yes.
Dean.
Yes.
Gavin.
Yes.
Hennan.
Yes.
Price.
Yes.
Baker.
Yes.
Turbrack.
Yes. We now move on to item number 8, Ms. Mitchell.
Resolution number R220, matter of approving a resolution of the Council of the City of Berkeley, Michigan, correcting the charges for non-residential surcharge to certain commercial water and sewer customers effective with the January 2020 billing.
Is there a motion to approve R0220?
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember Baker with support from Councilmember Hennan. Mr. Baumgarten.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As discussed in the audit presentation, the city will be crediting commercial accounts based on the proposed billing in front of you. This will be, as indicated in the motion, this will be on the next billing, the January billing. The rate in particular is the industrial waste charge, which is it's non-residential. It applies specifically to our commercial properties, and it is 100% a pass-through, ultimately going to the Great Lakes Water Authority, who we collect this on their behalf. So the proposed items before you are actually the rates that they set. Unfortunately, from a timing standpoint, they set this after the city is called upon by charter to set our own rates. So each year we make a little bit of a gamble that we're correct. As it happens, and it was discovered during the audit process, we were off a little bit last time. What they had initially proposed or projected as their percentage-based increase didn't actually end up being the final rate as approved. And so, as you see from the included memo from Finance Director Mark Pollock, we do have a process now for correcting that and making sure that the city's rate is absolutely accurate with GLEWA's rate. So what comes before you tonight is just merely making that amendment and allowing us to credit those commercial accounts.
Okay. Thank you. As was described by the city manager, are there any additional questions or comments on this? This was relatively straightforward. Yes. Seeing nobody else looking to comment on this, Ms. Mitchell, would you please call the roll on R0220?
Dean?
Yes.
Gavin?
Yes.
Hennan?
Yes.
Price?
Yes.
Baker?
Yes.
Blanchard?
Yes.
Turbeck.
Yes. We now move on to item number 9, please.
Ordinance number 0120, matter of considering the first reading of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Berkley, Michigan, to add new Article 3, Snow Emergencies, to Chapter 38, Civil Emergencies of the City of Berkley Code of Ordinances, to establish snow emergency procedures and parking prohibition.
Is there a motion to approve 0120?
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember Gavin with support from Councilmember Price. Mr. Baumgarten?
Thanks, Mayor. As indicated in the memo, this comes to you by way of Public Safety, Public Works, as well as the City Attorney's Office. Those three bodies collaborated on codifying many of our existing practices into an ordinance, which had not been previously done. So what you see before you is largely our existing protocols, our existing standards, but now carrying the weight of an ordinance, which we feel will make it more enforceable.
Are there additional questions on our snow emergencies parking prohibition ordinance? And who is in charge of declaring this as a snow emergency?
So ultimately, the Director of Public Safety would be allowed to be the one to declare a snow emergency. They would do so based on feedback from not only his own officers, but also our Department of Public Works as well. So as they either forecast large snow events coming up, or if we need to respond to an existing event that ends up being worse than we anticipate, that either Public Works would be making observations from the field, or officers would be making observations from the field. They would direct that feedback back to the Chief of Police, Director of Public Safety, who then would get with our media contacts, declare a snow emergency, which would give our officers additional powers in order to enforce it. Ultimately, the goal here is to get cars off the street. We will still continue our practice of trying to make contact with people in the events which allow us to do so. If we don't see an overwhelming number of vehicles parked on the street, our officers have and will continue to actually go to your door, knock on your door, and say, "Don't know if you're aware. I don't know if you missed it on any of our media outlets, but we've declared a snow emergency. Can you get your car into the driveway?" Again, we may have situations where just the number's too large. We continue to be helped quite a bit by the restrictions, no on-street parking between 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. That continues to be a huge bonus for us in the operations. That, in a lot of cases, for overnight storms, keeps us from having to do snow emergencies, because Berkley residents are fantastic about getting there or keeping the streets clear anyway. But ultimately, long answer or short answer is that Director of Public Safety does so, but based on the feedback from participating departments.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions? Councilmember Blanchard?
Thank you, Your Honor. Little concerned, Councilmember Price and I discussed this earlier, about Section 38-5, termination of parking prohibitions. After a snow emergency has been declared, the parking prohibition under this article shall remain in effect until terminated by a public announcement by the city, except that the prohibition does not apply to any street or municipal parking lot that has been substantially cleared of snow and ice from curb to curb for the length of the entire block or parking lot. What you're saying is once the snowplow goes down the street, people can park in the street again. So why do we need a policy to terminate that? I mean, it's self-terminating according to this. But my concern is if the plow goes down the street, clears the street, and it's still snowing, they may come back.
Yes.
And we may have cars out there because it says once it's been plowed, they can park there.
That's correct. If we're anticipating a prolonged snow event, then we may very well plow streets, knowing that a couple hours later we're going to come back and plow it again. And so that would be a situation where the emergency isn't over, despite the fact that you do see your road now clear. Again, we see that now in our existing practice. It tends to be people moving their vehicles onto the street so they can clear their driveway and then getting the car back up there. So in practice, it hasn't been a huge issue for us operationally. But again, trying to codify as much, in as many cases as possible, existing practice into the proposed ordinance.
Okay, as long as everybody's aware of that, it's a little confusing.
I mean, we could, if I may, Mr. Mayor, we could eliminate that confusion that Councilman Blanchard's referring to by, after the word city, just putting a period and removing the balance of it. But what we were trying to do was really to inconvenience to facilitate the efficient removal and safe removal of snow from the roads, but minimizing the period of inconvenience for the residents. But the point is well taken that we could get, hopefully not this year, but we could get a major storm event that just because the plows have passed once, there could be still a significant dumping and they have to come through again, and then we would have the confusion here under the ordinance, whether they're in violation or are they not in violation. So we can certainly look at that and see if there's anything we can do to eliminate that confusion before this comes back to you for an additional reading if the council's otherwise satisfied with the ordinance subject to that clarification.
I don't have a problem with leaving it in either, because we may get more experience and then find out later on we may need to strike that portion of it. So it's not a big thing. I just want to make sure that we're all aware of that so we can monitor it.
The main thing we're trying to do here is the city manager mentioned, we're actually outliers in that regard, that although this city certainly has in practice declared snow emergencies and people have largely abided by them, unlike most municipalities, we don't actually have an ordinance that establishes the procedure and the enforcement mechanism. So that's what we're trying to do here. We're not trying to change the way we've been operating. We're just trying to codify it in ordinance form, and that is the allowing people to park after the streets have been cleared is how we have done things here. But recognize, again, we could have the unusually severe storm events where one swipe with the plow is only the beginning, not the end.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd just like to, I think that if it's an emergency, it's an emergency. And then when it's not an emergency, then it's not an emergency. As opposed to this rolling one street at a time, it's like a cascading non-emergency thing. So I think the simplicity of just ending it at the word city there helps make sure it's like it's either an emergency or it's not, right? And then that's just incumbent upon us to do the best that we can to make the window of emergency-ness as brief as possible, right? I think that's a word now.
Councilmember Gavin?
Thank you, Ron. I agree 100%. And I just think when you have the less ambiguity you have, the better off you're going to be. I think brevity is better in this situation.
Councilmember Hennon?
I also agree, putting the period at city. I suppose if staff wanted to declare, the snow emergency is over on your street once the plows have made one more pass, that would be one potential way to do it. But I would rather an unambiguous version of it than a version that potentially could have, I could see perhaps a large snow event, a lot of people get caught up in this, and now we do have to change it, and we have to, you know.
Period after city. Yes? 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 Let's make it simple. Okay, good. We have solved that. Additional questions or comments on this?
Yeah, just a question. What are we going to do to communicate the new rules, the formalization of these rules to the public?
The action on this is timely, so this is the time of year people are kind of already looking out for things, so we'll be depending on our communications department to put this out through our various means already. So I'm sure Tori's over there, she's gleaming at me. So social media outlets, news outlets, certainly WBRK would be extremely useful in getting the word out on this as well.
Okay, thank you.
We did discuss this internally and thought maybe it's too cumbersome to, with specificity, put down the procedure in here, but we did talk about internally we should have an administrative policy so that when these things happen, everybody knows what to do and how to do it by clockwork, and it's not going to be one person knows how to do everything, and if they're not available, we're stuck. That we will have that protocol, and again, our where'd she go? Oh, there she is. She is key to getting that message out to the public and all the news media outlets.
Okay, thank you. Good. Any other questions on snow? See nobody running up. Okay. Ms. Mitchell, would you please call the roll on O0120?
Gavin?
Yes.
Hennan?
Yes.
Price?
Yes.
Baker?
Yes.
Blanchard?
Yes.
Dean?
Yes.
Turbrack?
Yes. We now move into the double digits. Would you please call item number 10 on our agenda?
Ordinance number O220, matter of considering the first reading of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Berkley, Michigan, to add new Article 5, Small Cell Wireless Facilities, to Chapter 118, Telecommunications of the City of Berkley Code of Ordinances, to provide for the regulation of small cell wireless infrastructure and the activities of wireless infrastructure providers and wireless service providers regarding the placement and siting of wireless facilities, support structures, and utility pole attachments.
Is there a motion to approve O0220?
Motion to approve.
Support. Motion approved by Councilmember Blanchard with support from Councilmember Baker. Mr. Baumgarten?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item comes before you essentially in response to the controls that have been left to the locals following changes to state statutes as well as federal standards. So we are looking to exercise what we're able to as far in regards to small cell or distributed antenna systems as far as cellular service. And as we see in new commercials and new outlays of faster speeds, and that all includes basically updating nationwide the antenna system. Here in Berkley, we want to be able to exercise those controls that we do have. Thankfully, we are members of a consortium of communities who are like-minded and trying to protect its residents and its right-of-ways as much as possible, ProTech. And so you'll see, as indicated in the city attorney's letter to council included in your packet, that this is the model ordinance tailored to Berkley's needs, but authored and very craftfully created here for you to consider today. So the city attorney has, I'm sure, more information on it.
Mr. Attorney.
I do have more information, but I'll try to keep it very brief due to the other items on the agenda tonight. The council is aware that some years ago, it's probably been about 10 years now, that the state foisted upon us, all of us, local governments, the Metro Act, which opened up our public rights of way and largely limited our authority to bar entry and use of our public right-of-ways by the wired communication providers. This is the second shoe that's dropping, where now the federal government and the state government, by virtue of the Michigan Small Wireless Communications Facilities Deployment Act, which just went into effect last year, is now doing the same thing, opening up our public rights of way and limiting our authority to obstruct or regulate the wireless communications industry. This again, this is something that's happening throughout the state of Michigan. It's happening nationwide, both by virtue of state laws like this, as well as Federal Communication Commission orders at the national level, which are largely consistent and want to, I guess, remove local government from getting in the way of the development of this new technological infrastructure. So what you have here is an ordinance which, as Mr. Baumgarten indicated, is modeled very closely after the ProTech model, which is being adopted by community throughout most of the states, certainly in our area, in the metropolitan Detroit area. And the ordinance very closely follows the procedure, the standards of review, and the fees that we can charge as prescribed and actually foisted upon us by the state law. So I'll be happy to answer any questions. Please don't ask me any technical questions about 5G and that type of thing. I think we probably got at least a couple of council members who are far better, far more knowledgeable than me to discuss the technology things, but I'll be happy to try to answer any legal regulatory questions that you may have.
Mr. Attorney, what happens if we don't pass this?
Well, if you don't pass it, the state law is still going to control, and we are still going to have to follow what the state law requires us to do. This is just an effort to, by having a local ordinance, to spell out that process for all to see. If we were to choose to say, well, the heck with that, we don't like being told what to do, what will happen is these providers will come in, they are going to come in, and we will find ourselves in litigation with both the state and the federal government, which we will lose.
Yes, that's what I assumed. This tends to be when we have these types of legislation. Okay, that being said, this does give us some control and is from ProTech and the MML. Questions or comments on the ordinance 0220? Councilmember Blanchard?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd just like to say that they're here. If any of you have driven over around Stanford or on 11 Mile, you'll see that Verizon has put up a number of co-located antennas, and they could do that already because they're using poles that are owned by other people, other entities, and they got their permission to use them. And so then they come to the city, and we have no choice but to grant them access to it because we cannot stop them by federal law. Just I'm holding in my hands requests for 22 additional utility poles to be put in by Verizon in certain locations around the city for small cells. Now remember that Verizon is just one of 5 telecom companies, and each one of the 5 telecom companies can come in and say, well, we want to put in 22 poles. We can have clusters of poles in the rights-of-way all over the city. So by adopting this ordinance, what we're trying to do is put some teeth into the fact and try and force them in some cases to co-locate, have a little bit of control over where they put these poles in the rights-of-way, and force some of them possibly, maybe we can force T-Mobile and Verizon to share a pole, and so we can cut the number of poles down a little bit. So we don't have a lot of teeth in this thing, but we want to sharpen the ones that we've got. And I will say that I think Derek Schuler left. He's done an excellent job so far in going through every one of the requests that we've received and sending them all back because of deficiencies in them. And this will give us more power. One really good thing that happened, and it happened at the state level, is by the federal level, these telecommunications companies can put poles in up to 120 feet tall. The state has limited that to 40 feet with a 5-foot antenna on top of it, and that's the same policy we're adopting. So if you go to Flint, there's at least one 120-foot pole in Flint that really looks bad. And so we're trying to make sure that stuff doesn't happen, and that we're putting a little teeth into this thing. And again, Derek Schuler is doing a wonderful job of keeping these people on track. So.
Councilman Blanchard's comments are good, and I'm glad he mentioned a thing or two that I meant to but neglected to. Yeah, Verizon is one of 4 or 5. I think the others are AT&T, Sprint, T-Mobile. I may be leaving.
And there's a possibility of Sprint.
Somebody else, but they're all coming.
Yeah.
Verizon is, it's competitive. Verizon's coming first in other communities. AT&T is already there and coming, and they all have their deployment plans. And yes, this ordinance will restrict the height of these poles and antennas to 40 feet, which is basically a regular wooden utility pole. That's typically how tall the utility poles are, and so there's no magic behind it. We're just trying to say you can have the poles, and also it does discourage new poles if co-location is possible. And so there is a lot of incentive, and the companies, the providers recognize this themselves. They are working deals where they can with DTE and with the power companies and so on to utilize their poles where they can. Once in a while, those poles are not available to them for a variety of reasons, or because of their coverage areas to fill gaps and that sort of thing. They need to install new poles. The reference to small cell doesn't necessarily refer to, well, it's smaller in height, because you could have small cells that, as Councilman Blanchard said, could be 100+ feet, but rather it pertains more to the range that these cover, as opposed to macro cells, which are the big giant ones you can have on the high point of your city that will cast an umbrella over the whole city. These depend on being spaced fairly closely together, hundreds of feet apart rather than thousands of feet apart. And again, the whole idea ultimately, even though there are differing definitions, everybody hears about 5G, but nobody can really tell you exactly what it is, because it's not a term of art. It means different things to different people. But basically, it's the next evolution or wave of technology, faster communications and data speed, to be able to handle more volume, to be able to have better penetration ability through obstacles, trees, walls, that type of thing, and ultimately to facilitate other future technologies such as driverless vehicles and that type of thing. So that's about all I know on the technology end, but thought I'd share with you the little bit that I do know so I could sound smart about it.
Just a quick question. Thank you so much for crafting an ordinance that allows us to exert as much control as possible over this. I appreciate the work that you've done, and with ProTech as a resource as well. Just wanted to know, underneath the aesthetics, things like the smallest equipment and camouflaging, we say they're preferred. Are we allowed to require them?
One of the areas that We still do, as I mentioned, the state has and the feds have largely taken away our local control, but that is one area that we still have some say, which is the design of things. And camouflaging technology and so on is to be encouraged, and yes, we could require it. We didn't put that in there as required in all cases because some cases you may not want it.
Okay.
I can think of, and we've probably all seen them as you drive around town in Michigan, as some so-called stealth cell towers that stand out and are the ugliest monstrosities you've ever seen. They don't always fit. There's a time and place, and so the idea is to keep that ability to look at that and to minimize the adverse aesthetic impact on these, but to be able to look at them on a case-by-case basis. And also, as Councilman Blanchard said, that, to the extent that we can facilitate location of the antennas on poles that already exist, or to move poles around so that they're better placed rather than maybe, right in front of somebody's house or something like that, we will have the ability to exercise discretion in that regard.
Thank you.
Anything else on our small cells, Councilmember Gavin?
Thank you, Your Honor. John, fully well understanding that I am pretty confident the answer to this, I'm going to ask it anyway because there are residents, I've had, and I'm assuming that my colleagues have as well, that have had residents that have come up and talked about potential health concerns associated with this. So I'm just going to ask the question just so we can kind of get some clarity on it for a lot of these folks. I am wondering if there is some sort of creative way to put restrictions on the installation of some of these, should the AMA or a federal health agency determine that there actually is a public health impact, and but obviously being in compliance with FCC rules and applicable state law and everything like that. So I think, like I said, I'm confident I know the answer, but I think it's important to address it as well.
We rely, whether we like it or not, we rely largely on the quote-unquote experts at the FCC and the state level to tell us what is safe or not safe, and we know there's a lot of debate. Some people will tell you that there's evidence that they're not safe, and others will say there's absolutely nothing wrong with them. I think the official statement that you will get from the FCC is that there is no credible evidence that these are unsafe. Now, might that change a year from now, 10 years from now? Who knows? In which case, I think that there would be requirements from the federal or state level that something needs to be done. We do require, again, in accordance with the state law, we do require as part of the application process that they, as soon as I can find it here, that they provide us with information and and certification that they are meeting all, and of course I can't find it when I'm looking for it, but that they meet all applicable certification requirements that are supposed to make sure that they're not doing signals that are dangerous or stronger than they should be and so on. But if you're talking about adding a clause that in the event that these are determined, then I guess we would have to define who makes that determinations. I don't think anybody here at City Hall would be qualified or knowledgeable enough to make that determination, but I guess we would say by an appropriate public agency with jurisdiction that these are unsafe, that the permits can be revoked or rescinded immediately, something along those lines.
Okay, thank you very much.
We can look at that before this comes back if it does move forward tonight for further reading, we can look at adding something along those lines.
Thank you. Councilmember Baker?
Thank you, Your Honor. I sympathize with that point. Certainly, there was a time when asbestos was seemed to be a perfectly fine substance to use in construction, and we've since learned a lot since then. But as we see the prevailing winds at the federal level in particular to reduce the amount of regulations and oversight of what companies can produce, unless that trend changes back the other way, I imagine there'll be little, if any, interest in ascertaining the safety of this equipment. Having said that, I do like the idea of at least giving us something to point to if and when, again, the winds shift and there is actual interest in ensuring that these things are safe. And then we could begin to take some proactive steps if possible. So.
By the way, I did find what I was looking for. Section on page 6, section 11806A to A. They are required to submit to us as part of their permit application a certificate of compliance with FCC rules related to radio frequency emissions from small cell wireless facility. And there are pages and pages and pages of federal regulations on that point that they would need to comply with in order to get that certificate of compliance.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Blanchard?
One more quick thing. The onus is on the city on part of this because we have a what they call a shot clock. Once the application is received, we have to process it in a certain time or it's deemed approved without our processing it. So we have to make sure that our organization fully complies with that. We monitor the timelines and everything, so we stay current with that and don't let them get a permit without our approval.
Absolutely. Excellent.
Thank you.
Any other comments on the ordinance we have in front of us? Seeing none, Ms. Mitchell, would you please call the roll on O0220?
Hennan?
Yes.
Price?
Yes.
Baker?
Yes.
Blanchard?
Yes.
Dean?
Yes.
Gavin?
Yes.
Turbrack?
Yes. Would you please read item number 11?
Ordinance number O320, matter of considering the first reading of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Berkley, Michigan to adopt Section 2-41 of Article 2 of Chapter 2, Officers and Employees of the City of Berkley Code of Ordinances to establish standards of conduct for city officials, officers, and employees.
Is there a motion to approve O0320?
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Councilman Baker, supported by Councilmember Price. Mr. Baumgarten?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Continuing our conversation about standards of conduct, this proposed ordinance in front of you actually makes a change from a previous iteration that we've had that lumped codes of conduct into an ethics ordinance. Under what you have proposed here and on the next agenda item appropriately breaks those two conversations up so that we can discuss code of conduct separately from ethical behavior that we would accept from an elected, appointed, or other public officials. So what you have before you now, the standards of conduct, it's a somewhat short ordinance. It's the introduction of a new ordinance. It would be section 2-41. Standards are, generally there are standards A through G, all of which are centering around civility, the conduct of a government official, the manner in which they discuss things with the resident, conduct themselves with residents, and otherwise, basically setting a standard that essentially our residents already expect of us anyway. And so this merely codifies it. Council passed a similar standard for themselves and their own rules of procedures. This would then expand a similar standard out to other public officials as well, whether it be members of boards and commissions, my staff, essentially anybody who accepts the title of public servant or public employee here in the city of Berkley.
Okay. In looking at this and hearing, some various input, there is no necessary direction that we necessarily have to take tonight on this. I mean, it's something that we need to discuss. I know there are some serious concerns that some of us have, and Mr. Attorney, I've spoken with you on some of those as well. So let's first get through the discussion of some of the potential concerns that we have before we talk about any potential next steps. If anybody does, if nobody has concerns anymore, Councilmember Hennan.
All right. Despite the good intentions with it, I don't think there is any variant of this that can be made constitutional. It's a restriction of free speech, which governments can do, subject in this case to the test for strict scrutiny for substantive due process, which is a two-part test. Is there a compelling government purpose? And I don't think people talking nicely to each other is a compelling government purpose that overrides First Amendment rights. And then if you have that, is it the least restrictive means to accomplish that purpose? And we already have in our ordinances, if there is a problem, ways to remove, or we can censure someone on this body, although we can't remove them, ourselves. There are recalls if the public wish to remove. There already are means to accomplish things if there are problems. So it fails strict scrutiny. It also is unconstitutionally vague. There has to be, sufficient definiteness that ordinary people can understand what conduct is prohibited, and in a manner that does not encourage arbitrary and discriminatory enforcement. There are terms in here, constructive tone, things that conduct which will tend to undermine respect. These are just, the entire concept is too vague. It's what is civil to one person may not be to another. And so I do not see any way we can get over the constitutional problems with even the very concept of this ordinance.
Mr. Attorney, before we go on, do you want to comment on that point? Because depending on the answer to that question, it's going to kind of direct the rest of this conversation.
I'm not going to be quite as direct as Councilmember Hinnon and conclude that something is unconstitutionally vague or violative of free speech, because I may have to defend this at some point if defended. But I will say, kidding aside, those are very serious considerations, and we brought those up, and I think I've voiced that when we've had prior discussions about this concept, even though it's the first time we're seeing the ordinance tonight. I also shared with council fairly recently, I think, some literature that may have, I can't remember whether it came from the Michigan Municipal League or whatever, which expressed some of the very same concerns, that this is well-intentioned, and we can all agree that meetings and interactions with government and the business of government always seem to go more smoothly when people are civil and polite and respectful, but nevertheless, there's nothing in the Constitution that says only civil, polite, and respectful speech is protected. All speech is. And when you are, when you do have a challenge on free speech grounds, and the strict scrutiny standard applies, government always loses. Not sometimes loses, always loses. So we have to be very, very careful. In this field, we tried to put together, craft an ordinance for you. It was difficult. There weren't really any models to follow, because we're kind of on cutting edge with trying to adopt an ordinance like this. A lot of communities may have policies or guidelines or mission statements, but actually putting it into ordinance form where it would be enforceable and have consequences is difficult, because now you are invoking and bringing into play these constitutional considerations. So we have tried to draft it in a way to, I guess, to try to capture the spirit that was requested of us. Yeah, I mean, there could be a number of circumstances that could come up where the city would be unable to enforce things as written, or would be put in a position of having to defend vagueness claims or that type of thing. So going into this, it is a difficult challenge. We've tried to craft something that we hope accomplishes council's purpose, but I certainly cannot guarantee that it won't be challenged either on its face or as applied.
So thank you for that response to some of the concerns held by council members. Is there, in your opinion, Mr. Attorney, anything that we can do to, yes, as you mentioned, very well intentioned, it would be great if people always spoke to each other in a civil, depending on your interpretation, manner and what that entails. But we certainly can't enforce or legislate people to not be rude, as it is part of their constitutional right, or disagree emotionally or loudly or any of those things. As much as we'd love to do that, we can't. So are there things in this proposed, again, ordinance that we're looking at that are potentially implemented? And I guess before I make you have to talk again, let's move back around and you can just maybe not have to come back here.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, I do wish that this had been framed as a discussion more so than an actual motion. But as presented on the agenda, at least it gives us procedurally the opportunity to discuss this. And then where we go from here is up to us as a group. As we remember, the more overt conversation began last summer when we talked about the ways in which we interact with one another in person as opposed to in other forms of communication, and the stark contrast with which some of our residents interact with others. And at the same time, we talked about how serving the community is a higher calling. It is a higher expectation than the, other folks down the street or somebody at a store or something like that. As we're entrusted by the residents to behave and act not only in their own best interests, best interests, but on behalf of the city to represent the best that Berkley can be. Where we initially went with this was adding it into the rules for council, as mentioned earlier, and I think that was a very appropriate and wide step. And perhaps there's a way, to your question, that we could broaden the application of those rules, since it was agreed upon, and those don't seem to be any issue with this body, to the broader target audience that we were talking to here, the other volunteers and employees. Maybe there's a way to extend that. So it stops short of being an actual ordinance, but it makes very clear what our expectations are, that there is the desire to represent the best that the city can be. And understand that when you take the oath, you sign on the dotted line, you're making a commitment that goes above and beyond a normal member of society.
So with that in mind, and knowing that there is some potential serious challenges, I guess, to moving forward with this evening, despite, and we haven't even gotten into other potential, but if we're kind of stuck at the Constitution here.
Yeah, it's the fundamental.
There's no real reason to dive into if we're not going to move forward right now and see if there's some alternative way that this can somehow maybe be applied in the community. Is that agreeable to council? Is this, I mean, in terms of, so, not moving forward with this?
Yes.
Councilmember Hennon?
The question is not moving forward with, yep, correct, yes.
Yes. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah, I provided to the city manager 10 comments on this thing that didn't need to be addressed also, so
Okay.
I concur.
So perhaps there would be a work session or discussion of how this may be applicable moving forward, if there's a
Right.
way that we can find a way to
Yeah.
kind of increase the way that we treat each other. Okay? So we have a motion on the table. The motion has been moved and seconded as a first reading. We are not postponing this, is my understanding. We are going to be voting on this. Does that, everybody understand what we're voting on? Yes? Clear? Okay. Ms. Mitchell, would you please call the roll on O0320?
Price,
No.
Baker,
No.
Blanchard,
No.
Dean,
No.
Gavin,
No.
Hennon,
No.
Turbrack.
No. We now move on to item number 12. Ms. Mitchell, would you please read that item?
Ordinance number 0420, matter of considering the first reading of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Berkley, Michigan to repeal and replace Section 2-40 of Article 2 of Chapter 2, Officers and Employees of the City of Berkley Code of Ordinances, to adopt a new code of ethics for city officers, officials, and employees.
Is there a motion to approve O0420?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Councilmember Baker. Support, is that Councilmember Hennon? Thank you, by Councilmember Hennon. Mr. Baumgarten.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we continue the conversation, but a different portion of it, we talked previously about the city's ethics ordinance being in need of being updated, clarified. And so in this particular situation, we were able to find a useful resource in the Attorney General's office for the state of Michigan. They do have a model ordinance for local governments. We largely based this off of the state AG models, the state AG model ordinance here. And so it comes before you today for a first reading, which is largely a discussion. And I want to call your attention specifically to page 4 of the proposed ordinance, subsection J. There is a section there that's left open to the municipalities, and that is establishing a dollar amount threshold for the total value of items received over the course of a calendar year. We'd like to actually recommend, administration would like to recommend that that number be set at $100. I think that's consistent with a lot of other municipalities of our size in this region. And it makes sense given the dollar values proposed in some of the other sections as well. So again, this is based largely on a state best practice model from the Attorney General's office.
All right, so different than what we just discussed in the previous item, we are now talking again about ethics, more specifically as it pertains to some sort of benefit, typically financial gains in exchange for preferential treatment. And again, which is what the state's AG office is kind of set out to help municipalities clarify, and that is the basis of as Mr. Baumgarten just mentioned, of what we are talking about today. So, or here, I should say, in this item. So, questions and clarifications. Again, this is not a constitutional. We're not running up against the same potential roadblocks that we came up to last time. What are the thoughts of council here? Okay. Councilmember Hennon?
Overall, I liked it. I have a few specific things, recommendations. This is page 7, C15, the annual disclosure. I'd recommend, instead of listing out all of the boards and committees that this would apply to, simply making a definition that is all-encompassing, that encompasses all current and potentially future boards that we want to be have to do this annual disclosure.
No issues with that? Does anybody have any issues?
No, because this isn't a
things
comprehensive
good, right,
list, so I
that's-
think.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Got that, Mr. Attorney?
I do, just a question for clarification. Councilman Hennon had raised that question as this was still in the drafting process, and we tried to massage it a little bit, just some direction from council. As it's drafted and the specific listing of the boards, we tried, although I do see Parks Recreation Advisory Board is in there, but we tried to limit the listing to those boards that are actually exercising government decision-making authority and not those that are purely advisory. Not that we can't, but that's the reason you have the specific listing, because there are some boards like the Zoning Board of Appeals, the Planning Commission, they're making decisions, final decisions that affect government policy, whereas others, we have various citizen task force we put together. They're just, not to demean or belittle what they're doing, but they're basically gathering information and presenting it to you or to another board to actually make a decision. So I just wanted to point out that distinction, but however council wants to go on this, if you want to just limit it,
Well,
the
I think,
disclosure
John,
to those.
the reason that happens is because you had Parks and Rec, as you mentioned, in the tree board.
Right.
Were listed and then no.
Yeah,
boards.
I took out some and I missed those when I took them out. But now that I'm looking at it, I should have taken those out as well.
Well, and if we wanted to, the definition could be those boards, exercising propriety government functions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I thank you. Yeah, the concept makes sense to me as well, and that is specifically enumerating any set of boards puts us at risk of needing to amend this should another group come about someday that would
right.
fall through. That definition, whether broad or focused, would ensure that that we don't need to revise this every time a board is change is made. But having said that, I do like the idea of, much like however I hope the civility and conduct conversation proceeds, that something along the line of ethics would follow a similar path in terms of its inclusiveness and scope.
Yes.
To say that this committee needs to behave ethically, but this one doesn't need to behave ethically, it sends an interesting signal.
That's fair. Okay. Good. Yep. More?
I would err on the side of being all-inclusive.
All right.
Cool.
Certainly makes it easier to administer if it's everybody, then we don't have to figure out which boards have to do the disclosure and which ones don't.
Right.
Yeah.
Chuck?
Charles Terrell from Berkley. In the past, we've talked about the formation and operation of the ethics board. That really hasn't changed. That's still problematic in that there are probabilities of the people on the ethics board having to sit in judgment of those who appoint them. So they are then, it's a built-in quandary. During the last discussion in front of this body, there were a few suggestions proposed as to how to deal with that. There are law firms that's a specialty, that's what they do, is those kind of investigations. That's one way. Another way that was proposed is, say, use Huntington Woods as an example. They appoint a board, Berkley appoints a board, Berkley hears Huntington Woods issues, Huntington Woods hears Berkley issues. Then you don't have the people in a quandary trying to judge those who appointed them. And there is if I'm not mistaken, there is a current ethics ordinance in place, is there not? Yes. But we want to make changes. Is that because it has not been enforced is that I don't understand why you want to make the change from something that's already there. In another meeting, when this was discussed in another council meeting, it was brought up. Mr. Baker accepted a gratuity, I think it was $1,200 from the DDA board. And that was brought up and asked if that was an ethical thing to do. I would maintain, no, it's not. He has, as a member of the council, he has oversight of the DDA. Y'all do. He also has the relationship of being the council liaison. So getting a gratuity from the DDA, even though it was specified as a scholarship to attend a conference, I would say that is ethically challenged. And was that investigated? It was brought up in a council meeting. Was it investigated? The charge was brought. Has that been investigated? Has that been resolved? Has anybody made a determination? Is that an ethical violation or not? Under the existing code. What's happened with that?
Well, I'm not going to get into specific situations regarding that right now. That's something we can discuss.
Yeah, that's
later.
fine.
Right now,
My name's there from
keep this
earlier.
to what we're talking about.
Right. But why do we want to make the change from what's existing?
Well, it seems to make sense that staying in line with the Michigan Attorney General and their recommended ordinance certainly makes sense for us, and I find we have an ethics ordinance that is not nearly as comprehensive as what we're looking at here, and personally, and it seems to at least be the thoughts of council so far on this item, that supporting ethics and as specific as we can get is not a bad thing in government.
No, not even pretending that it is a bad thing. I'm just asking, why make the change? Why make it now?
Why not?
I would ask the other piece of the dollar amounts. I mean, you threw around the $100. There's another place in there where it's mentioned as $50. Make it $0.
Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you.
Additional questions, before we leave that, though, the Board of Ethics is something that was discussed, and the suggestions that were mentioned were all things that we looked at and tried to see how they may fit. And unfortunately, we're not able to come to a conclusion that really made sense. And Mr. Attorney, you can comment maybe more on that as in terms of delegating powers that are reserved for council somewhere else, potential pitfalls that we may have seen there.
You're talking about on the Board of Ethics?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I anticipated that, excuse me, council will want to discuss and perhaps debate and give further direction on. There is no one way to do it. We do need to be mindful that the elected village council is the governing body of the city, not the Huntington Woods City Council, not a private law firm, anything like that. I think there would be a pretty serious concern about delegating government authority in the form of a Board of Ethics to somebody else's residents and community, although I understand the concern about trying to maintain that unbiased nature. The same thing with contracting it out to an attorney. Yes, there are attorneys, there are lots of different people who investigate things, but very seldom, if ever, do you see that special investigator has the ultimate authority. Rather, they do their investigation, they present a report back to the Board of Directors, the City Council, the Board of Trustees, whoever it might be, because ultimately the responsibility comes back to you. And it's a difficult issue. Mr. Terrell's points are well taken, because ultimately you could find yourself in a situation that anybody who would be on an appointed body is ultimately looking at, investigating the very folks that appointed them. I'm not sure I see a lawful way around that other than to, I guess, do away with the Board of Ethics concept altogether and just leave it to council to make these determinations, or come up with some other type of idea. I'm not sure those ideas are any better. Anyway, we're open to discussion or suggestions as to how council may prefer to do this, but again, as we've got it structured, it would be a Board of Ethics comprised of people who are residents here and appointed by the council.
Thank you.
Thank you. How does the AG's office handle that? Do they have a board to investigate ethics violations? I mean, is it as it's laid out here?
This is a model ordinance that they're suggesting. This doesn't, the Attorney General created this, but this does not apply
Okay.
to the Attorney General or the state government.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hennon?
Yeah, I had reservations with the, political appointee process with the ethics board, and toyed around with a number of different alternatives, and none of them either legally would work or were satisfactory. The only thing I could come up with was a larger membership on the ethics board, which dilutes the power of each individual member. That's the only thing I could think of that was really tractable.
While we're on the ethics board, other thoughts or comments, I guess, on the board, specifically the makeup of the board, before we move forward with the ordinance? Any thoughts either way? Oh, you got one?
Yeah, I could certainly go along with that as well, kind of expanding the makeup of the board. I think that would maybe take away a little bit of the concern that seems to be present.
To what?
Keep it odd, 5.
Is that enough? Sufficiently? I mean,
I don't know.
It does.
I mean, it does to some degree.
Yeah. We also don't want to make it too unwieldy of a group.
Right.
And that's the challenge I have in recommending a number. So,
Yeah.
Well, let's do this then. 5 or 3 at this point, and kind of do a quick straw poll, see kind of how we feel as council. Is that fair? Is that okay?
Sure.
And
So the only downside I could think of expanding it to 5 is that they have such a clear timeline to when they need to act, that getting 5 people to all be able to meet together when there's no predetermined meeting time is slightly more challenging.
Well, I agree. There are potential pros and
Right.
cons. At the end of the day, I don't think 5 is going to significantly hamper their ability to do their work. So let's just,
Okay.
Jack, do you prefer 5 or 3? No, doesn't really matter.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, Natalie?
You're going to have trouble finding people who want to serve on it anyway. So.
Yes, you are.
Fine with either as well.
Okay.
I'm fine with either. The 5 would give us a better opportunity to at least have quorum if we did that. So
5.
5. Okay, and those 5 are appointed, as we discussed, not by council. Can't seem to find a better way, although we have all tried to figure out.
That's right.
Okay. All right, so moving on to the broader ordinance. Other questions or not questions, but I should say concerns or clarification points?
Before we leave the Board of Ethics, I just had a few questions about their scope and what they're able to do, mostly for the city attorney. Under D, Board of Ethics, for, let's see, powers and duties, D from that. So the obligation of all officers, officials, and employees of the city to cooperate with the board during the course of its investigations. Failure or refusal to cooperate with requests by the board shall constitute grounds for reprimand, discipline, or discharge of appointed officers, officials, and employees of the city. Does the Board of Ethics have the power to pursue the failure to comply and then make a recommendation to council? I understand they don't have the power to do the reprimand or discipline or discharge, right? The council needs to do that. They're only making advisory opinions.
Well, that's what this paragraph D is saying is exactly what you're asking is, yes, if someone fails to cooperate with an investigation, that is something that the Board of Ethics can make known to the council or the city manager, and that would be grounds for discipline.
Okay, okay. So there wouldn't need to be a separate official complaint filed about the failure to comply?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I've written all my stuff down here, and it's a lot of little things in there. Just for example, do residents who are appointed to the Board of Ethics become officials? Are they required to complete the annual disclosure statement? We don't cover that in there. So,
As they become officials, they would now be
Under that
subject
definition.
to the
Come off the
all.
board.
Yeah,
Fall under the
they
definition.
fall under the all that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, that's right.
that's now that we included more things in the broader scope,
Right.
that probably covers that. But and then another one
I
here.
think you would definitely, of all the boards and commissions, you would definitely want your Board of Ethic members to be making those disclosures.
I think that needs to
Then
be.
who holds them
I think that needs to be specified a little
Right.
clearer in there as to who has to make those disclosures. And I think we need an example of a disclosure statement in the ordinance to show people what it really is.
Okay. Oh,
I got the rest of them. Matt's got the rest of my comments that I sent in to him, so.
sir. Okay. Other comments? And Jack, are they substantive in terms of changing what we're looking at here? Because again, we're in a situation where this is a first reading. It's been moved. It does not
Most of them are
have to be, but
most of them are definitions. There's one subsection was referenced that I can't find in there. It doesn't seem to exist. There was questions about the difference between this and the code of conduct because the definitions were different between the code of conduct and the ethics. Now they don't have the code of conduct. Definitions aren't different anymore. So I think we can move it to a second reading if everybody else agrees.
any other good?
I'm
Pro
in
Tem?
a similar space. I already shared my notes, and I'm happy to move it to second.
Okay, I think it's good. Any additional comments from anybody else? Seeing none, Ms. Mitchell, would you please call the roll on R0420 on the first reading?
Baker,
Yes.
Blanchard,
Yes.
Dean,
Yes.
Gavin,
Yes.
Hennon,
Yes.
Price,
Yes.
Turbrack.
Yes. We now move on to item number 13, please.
Suspend now, or do we want to wait?
I'll be able to get through this.
Ordinance number O520, matter of considering the first reading of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Berkley, Michigan to add Division 1, Attendance and Training, to Article 5 of Chapter 2, Administration of the City of Berkley Code of Ordinances, and to amend City Code Sections 2-273, 66-21, 86-36, and 90-20 to adopt minimum attendance and training requirements and to modify removal from office procedures for appointed boards and commissions.
Is there a motion to approve O0520?
Motion to approve.
Support.
Approved by Councilmember Hennon with support from Councilmember Baker. Mr. Baumgarten?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As indicated in the memo, the impetus for this largely came from Councilmember Hennon, then went through revisions with himself as well as the city attorney. Essentially, this, as the title would tell you, outlines set of standards required for those bodies that do have a non-advisory role. We know that training is incredibly important. City Council has placed additional emphasis in the last couple of budget cycles on making sure that resources are available for that training. This is the next logical step in that is making sure that there are hard standards in place, that anybody that accepts an appointment to those bodies understands that that they will have to meet in order to retain that seat on that body. So I hope I summarized it correctly for you.
Yes.
Additional questions or clarification, I guess, on as we're moving through our ordinances this evening. Councilmember Blanchard?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a quick question. This is going to cost us some money for some of this training. Do we have in here anything, and I may have missed it, about funding this? Funding the training for these people?
Yes, sir. Well, through our normal, that takes place through our normal budgeting cycle. So we'll be making sure that we are able to provide additional training, resources for training, which again we've increased in the last couple of years. Council also has the ability to amend the budget should resources originally benefited or budgeted for the trainings not be sufficient based on the need. So we're able to tackle this now through the normal budgeting process.
Thank you.
And there is a provision, if you will, in Section 2-179E, which provides that the requirements of this section are waivable if council does not appropriate sufficient funds to cover the various expenses.
Right. I was going to point that out, and also that I recommended a start date of July 1st, the fiscal year, so that this begins after we have had we don't have to make a budget amendment to make this happen, and it happens at the new appointments as well.
Okay.
Who's going to make determination of what the required training is?
I believe we have.
Do we have to do
city
that and have a
manager.
training plan for each individual?
City manager and the community development director.
Right. Yeah. And functionally, we'll defer a lot to whoever our staff liaison to those boards are as well, to help us determine those.
We do provide for the Planning Commission, the ZBA, the attendance report and the training record shall be reported to the city manager, and then in paragraph D, that's 2-179D, the city manager, in consultation with the community development director, shall determine the available training courses and minimum amount of training needed to fulfill the requirements of subsection A above.
Councilmember Hannan?
This is something that's going to change all the time, but
Well, and page 2, section 2-179A1, that description there is lifted directly from MSU's Citizen Planner training course on purpose. That isn't the only one that can fulfill that, but I have just recently finished that program, and it is I find it an excellent program, an excellent training course, and that is what I imagined would be the initial training for our Planning Commission and ZBA members.
Councilmember Gavin?
Thank you, Your Honor. That was one of the questions I had, and then two other small issues. I think it's good as it is right now. Just a couple quick questions. One, in Section 2-178, I'm just curious, how is a member's absence excused by the other member of the board? Is there a formal vote that's required as part of that, or is it just kind of straw poll, or what?
It's usually done at the time that attendance is taken, and if members are acknowledged as being absent, then it would be up to the board to make a motion to excuse that member for whatever reason. Otherwise, they're not excused.
All right. Thank you for that. And then Section 2-179A, what happens if a training falls outside of the 6-month time frame? Can we say, within 6 months or the next immediately available training as designated by, city manager, consultation with the directors of each of the departments? I just worry that we box ourselves in a little bit if one of these trainings is only allowed, every 8 months, or only happens every 8 months or 10 months or whatever it is.
The Citizen Planner course, if that was the one, is available online, and so take at your own leisure. But and part of my motivation behind 6 months is we don't want people on there a long time without the necessary training. But I understand your concern, and although the online training's available all the time, not every appointed member may not have the resources to be able to access that.
That was a consideration, actually. Councilmember Hennon and I had some dialogue on this when I was commenting on his initial draft, and I don't remember whether it was initially 6 months or something else, but that was a question I had was, well, what if something's maybe only offered once a year and we miss that window? And certainly that time period can be changed if that's the council's desire, but the thought was that there are enough courses or similar courses available that someone ought to, within a 6-month period, be able to get a course. It may not be the preferred one, but
No, I certainly don't think
there's
you should hold
plenty
this up
that
for a
are
second
offered
reading or
throughout
anything
the
like
state.
that. I just want to toss it out there as
Yeah.
something to consider.
Anything else?
Yeah, quick question. Thank you. Again, I like the concept and the direction that this is headed. Would it make any sense to have a provision for professional exception if for whatever reason the role that they served was aligned with their profession and they had certain certifications or training as a part of performing their day-to-day function in their day job, so to speak? Having said that, I'm a big fan of continued education. There's always more we can learn. We're never finished learning. So. But I was just wondering if, in terms of like meeting that 6-month thing or something like that, if there was consideration for professional, accreditation or skills demonstrated on the day job, in addition to. I wouldn't want somebody to have to go to something just because they have to.
That is an interesting point. I think actually a member of our planning commission is a planner for another community, and may know just as much as the people doing the training, certainly on some topics. So that's something I see. Councilmember Hennon wants to say something, but we could perhaps add another sentence or paragraph in here to create the ability at the discretion of the city manager or the council can excuse that requirement in appropriate cases.
We have a similar provision in F, for the first year training, or determined by the city manager to have completed equivalent training.
Yes.
And so I would be comfortable
on
with
that.
that also being,
Yeah, we can broaden that last sentence then in F to cover that situation.
Sure, good. Okay. Good points. Anything else? Ready to comfortable moving this forward to a second? Any other comments before we move on? Seeing none, Ms. Mitchell, would you please call the roll on O0520?
Blanchard.
Yes.
Dean.
Yes.
Gavin.
Yes.
Hennon.
Yes.
Price.
Yes.
Baker.
Yes.
Turbrack.
Yes. Councilmember Baker has made a motion to suspend the rules, was supported by Mayor Pro Tem Dean. Ms. Mitchell, would you please call a roll call vote on that?
Dean.
Yes.
Gavin.
Yes.
Hennon.
Yes.
Price.
Yes.
Baker.
Yes.
Blanchard.
Yes.
Turbrack.
Yes. The motion to suspend the rules allows us to continue our conversation past 10 o'clock. Otherwise, we would disappear. We now move on to item number 14 on our agenda. Ms. Mitchell, would you please read that item?
Motion number M620, matter of consideration of approving a restated and amended collaboration agreement providing for the reconfiguration of and development of off-street parking at 1010 through 1046 Eaton.
Is there a motion to approve M0620?
Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion approved by Councilmember Blanchard with support from Councilmember Hennon.
Mayor Turbrack, may I just make a comment? This item and the next item really are tie-barred together. Yes. One doesn't move forward without the other, so I would just want to point that out. I think council's all aware, but I would suggest you may want to discuss them together and then take
action.
You can take action on them separately, but after you've fully discussed it and heard from the residents as well.
Yes, and as the city attorney mentioned, these next two items are tied together. Both are dealing with pending litigation that has been ongoing at this point. Litigation that is certainly very emotional for many residents, especially residents who are the most likely to be impacted by whatever happens, or whatever decision, or in the case of a judicial decision that we have to operate with. Because this is pending litigation, there is not a ton that, other than what is provided from an information perspective, that we can get into in terms of specifics, things of how it got to this point. What I will say, in my opinion, and I'm not speaking for anybody else, they're all free to speak for themselves. This has been a lengthy process, an arduous process, a process that the city did not start. There was an issue with parking, and it was brought to our attention, and we heard from a number of residents that there was something that needed to be fixed and needed to be remedied as it related to parking around a particular establishment. That is what this whole thing has been about. And despite, again, in my estimation, articles that may have been published that are misleading at best, and other assertions that anybody here who has going to be tasked with making this decision has had anything in the interest other than the residents. Now, again, I am speaking on my behalf. Been in those meetings. There has never been a point in this process where it has been about anything other than remedying parking and doing what's in the best interest of those residents. Again, I don't expect everybody to necessarily understand that or agree with that. I'm sure you all understand that it is a decision that we've had to come to after a long time, and that is what we are going to be discussing today. Without getting through or into all of the history, I'm sure we will get into some of that throughout our discussion, but don't take the council not being able to engage with your opinion as much as you may like as not feeling heard. Because we have pending litigation, there's very little that we are going to be able to say publicly until this is taken care of. So I want to make that clear. You have all the information here in these documents, but prior to that, we are not going to get into a back and forth on, well, we did X here, and this is what happened here, and that happened there. I just want to make that clear. I understand that does not change anything, but I just want folks to understand that. Mr. Attorney, would you like to just give us a little bit of a better understanding of how we got to this point?
I'll try to give a thumbnail sketch, keeping within the parameters that you just mentioned, that we are still in pending litigation, at least until such time as council makes a decision as to how it wants to proceed. But this matter goes back quite a while. I mean, actually, it goes back to the initial concept and approval by the city of the change in use, the readaptive use from the historic Vincetta Garage as an automotive service facility to a restaurant bistro that was parking intensive. The business, as it turns out, everything's much clearer in hindsight than perhaps it was when the circumstances were involving. The parking has been substandard from the get-go. It was thought to meet ordinance requirements, and maybe it did technically, but practically it didn't. As the mayor indicated, there were numerous complaints that the city was receiving that led to a number of actions, a number of visits by the police, a requirement, insistence, a demand, whatever you want to call it, by the city that a valet parking system be instituted and additional off-site shared parking be implemented. It led to development and adoption of a valet ordinance, all sorts of things, none of which adequately addressed neither the parking needs of the parking generator, nor the concerns that were expressed by the residents, nor the concerns that we were getting from our own public safety people about the stacking of traffic and so on in the what's really supposed to be a fire lane or service lane there between Woodward and the actual building. We had a lot of problems with that. We had a lot of problems with alleys being blocked, with traffic issues coming in and out of alleys. There were issues. There was no convenient way for the valets to move the cars from the site to the lot on the bank property or later the Northwoods. We didn't want them driving through the neighborhoods. They were forced to go out on Woodward Avenue, make the Michigan left turns, and ultimately find their way to the parking spots. Then they lost the bank parking lot due to decisions made by the bank ownership. We were unable to get that reinstated, and in spite of tries by the former city manager and former mayor to do that. Ultimately, the ownership of the Vincetta Garage restaurant acquired the 4 lots, the 4 subject lots on Oxford, sought to have them all rezoned to parking. That was denied. They later came back with a conditional zoning request seeking to use 3.5 of the lots instead of all 4 for parking, and I think it was somewhat before that came forward. There was a further effort by the city to try to solve the parking issue, to create more parking. We worked with the Vincetta Garage ownership as well as the owner of the T-Mobile store on Woodward. Why did we do that? Well, because there are 3 lots on Eaton Street, all zoned for parking. 2 of them are owned by Vincetta, or their ownership. The middle one is owned by T-Mobile. It was not going to happen, or at least it would not have been a preferred way of happening, to have 3 separate lots built. The city worked with those owners to come up with an arrangement. We were calling it a collaborative agreement that would result in a reconfiguration of those 3. Instead of having 3 lots, it would become 2 lots, which instead of being divided north and south, would be divided east and west, with Vincetta ending up with the frontage on Eaton, where they could build one contiguous parking lot with single way in and out instead of the multiple curb cuts. Unfortunately, they did not immediately proceed with that. Instead, they chose to proceed with their conditional zoning request before Berkley. The Planning Commission recommended denial. Ultimately, the city recommended denial with some pretty strong and clear statements that although council was not ruling out working with them, we expected and wanted to see them move forward on the Eaton Parking Collaborative Agreement, which they hadn't done. The next shoe to fall was the Eaton Parking Agreement went away. Not by action of the city, not by action of Vincetta, but rather by the owner of T-Mobile, who was considering his own development proposals for his property and how he was going to use that property. So the conditional zoning was denied. We went to litigation. We have been going through litigation. We've been through facilitative mediation. We've been through discovery. Facilitative mediation did not result in a settlement concept that was acceptable to the city, but it did spawn conversations and discussions that have gone on for the better part of the last year, maybe year and a half. Meanwhile, while those discussions are going on, discussions were reignited with the owner of the T-Mobile store to see what could be done, if anything, about getting that parking agreement on Eaton reinstated. And as council is already aware, and as I'm here to tell everybody else, success. We do have clear indications from T-Mobile that they're on board with the reinstatement of the collaboration agreement. It's got a few different twists to it, but it's basically the same concept. That's why it's on the agenda before you tonight. And also being considered by council is a proposed settlement that would take the form of a consent judgment. Beauty of that is it's a court order. It's enforceable by the court. Failure to comply with it subjects the violator to contempt of court sanctions, among other things. Under the consent judgment as proposed, it would allow Vincetta to use the first two lots on Oxford for parking. On the next two lots to the west of that, they are required to build new homes. Okay? Also under the consent judgment, they are required, as I mentioned at the beginning, and these things are tie-barred together, they are required to construct the Eaton parking at the same time. Okay? And there's also a deadline for doing that under the reinstated collaboration agreement, which is made part and parcel of the consent judgment. So the thought is that by doing that, we take a substandard parking situation. Right now, the minimum number of spaces required for that use is 64 spaces. That's the minimum. Not the optimum, that's the minimum. They currently have 26 spaces on site. They have 15 spaces, 15 to 17, depending how you count it. 17 if they valet, 15 if they regular park. At that first triangular lot on Eaton that used to be known as 1010 Eaton. So right now they only have 41 spots. They're required to have 64. When they build Eaton, when the collaboration agreement moves forward, the reinstated collaboration agreement, and they build that, that will give them on Eaton a total of 28 spaces. So they pick up maybe another 11 or 12 spaces there than what they currently have. And then it's anticipated that they will have 26 spaces on site when they build on the two lots on Oxford. So why are you considering this? Well, I think Mayor Turback commented on that with his initial remarks, but right now we have litigation. I I feel good about the litigation in terms of our chances of prevailing if we went to trial. But there's no guarantees. It's a winnable case. It's also possible to lose the case. There are some pretty serious constitutional claims that are against us. There is a damage claim against us. If the city does not settle this case and the city were to go to trial and lose the case, the prospect is that you will have 4 lots on Oxford zoned and used for parking, no new parking constructed on Eaton, and potentially a damage award to pay as well. So that's one extreme, if we lose. The other extreme, which is the one I'm more confident in, but the other extreme would be we win. What have we won? I get asked that question a lot. Well, what you win is the status quo. What we would win is upholding the zoning, which would be, we have 4 residential lots on Oxford with dilapidated or dilapidating homes on them, and those would remain residential. Whether they would be rebuilt, reconstructed or not, we don't have control over that. That would be up to the current owner or future owners. You would not have any further parking on Eaton, and you will not have solved the substandard parking. So that's the that's the dilemma and the difficult decision that the council's looking at. You are dealing with a litigation problem, and you are dealing with a substandard parking problem, and this is being presented to you as a reasonable solution to address all those concerns.
Thank
And
you.
I said I would be short, and I apologize, I was quite long.
Wow. I appreciate the context that you've given and some of the different scenarios as we have looked at over the past, at least better part of a year, certainly, as we've gone down this path. With that being said, there are a number of residents here who would like to share their views and opinions, and I want to make sure that we allow them time to do so.
Gary Polk, I live on Eaton Street. I have a few questions. Will the parking be for customers, or will it be for employees, or both? The employees, I believe, currently park at the donut cutter, and if they are parking in these lots, it will not alleviate any situation, because they will probably take several of the parking spaces. The second question is, if the parking is actually built on Oxford, and I'm not sure if this this ruling requires them to build it or just permits them to, will they have some sort of signage? And will there be any signage on the parking in the parking lots themselves? Will there be any type of a barrier on the Eaton Street to muffle sound for the neighbors, particularly, and I don't think they're here, the people in that blue house right that abuts the parking? Those are a few of the questions, but there are probably more.
Mr. Attorney, I know there's some of those questions that we can probably answer, and
Do you want me to answer them as they come up, or do you want me to keep a list and we'll try to answer them when everybody's spoken? It's your call.
Well, if we can answer some
I
questions,
can answer
maybe it'll
these
help
probably
answer-
fairly quickly, and maybe they're questions that other people have. First question, and if I missed any, please help me out. The first question about is the parking for customers or patrons or both? There is, due to the number of parking spaces that will be required, which will exceed the minimum required under the ordinance, there's nothing in the consent judgment that restricts it to only customers or patrons. So the answer is it could be both customers and patrons. I'm sorry, I meant customers and employees. Sorry. So there is nothing that restricts any particular parking lot or parking lots to one or the other. They'll be available for both, as written.
Can you answer the other?
Oh, I'm sorry. Will there be signage in the parking lots? The consent judgment addresses that. The only signage allowed in the parking lots themselves will be just the normal directional things for parking, like handicap parking, that sort of thing. There won't be any commercial advertising in the parking lots.
What about a sign at Vincetta Garage directing people to the Oxford Street parking lot? Because I don't know if, people who don't go there regularly will even think that there's going to be a parking lot.
Well, there could be it there. I thought your question pertained to in the parking lots itself.
I actually meant it for both.
Yeah, I expect there will be some directional signage to direct people, and there will be directional signage such as, showing people on their way out, they head to Woodward. They don't dive into the neighborhood. With regard to questions about barriers and things like that, it's important to note that the only thing that the consent judgment would be approving is the concept of the parking lot on these lots with at least a minimum number of parking spots, but the consent judgment specifically requires that the parking lots will have to undergo the full and regular site plan review by the Planning Commission and will be fully subject to all applicable city ordinances that relate to lighting, landscaping, barrier walls, and that type of thing. And again, must ultimately get the approval of the Planning Commission. So that's how that will all be addressed.
These are just concept drawings.
Yeah, these are just concept drawings that you have. Those are not the final site plans, not even close to the final site plans.
You just pushed a lot of buttons. Is what you're planning on moving forward or rejecting tonight something that we called the clean draft 12-19-2019? Is that the document you're working with?
Can't see what, my eyes aren't that good.
My printer's pretty bad too.
And it was different color too. Yeah, I believe that's the same document.
And all of you have read this. Careful. I got to read you something, then I've got a handout for you. Over the weekend, I was forwarded a copy of the consent agreement that you have been asked to approve. Very interesting reading. Alarming might be a better description. In preparing for tonight's meeting, I went through the press packet. I didn't find a copy of the consent agreement. It strikes me as odd that your press packet contains more information on the library raising its credit card fee than it does on something that really matters. This is a pretty important document. The public should know its content before you drop it on them. It's a far bigger deal than tonight's agenda makes it out to be. You can't fix it after you sign it. You can't fix it. Take your time, do it right. The agreement I reviewed is marked stamped draft on each page. Those are the only comforting words. I've never before seen a settlement agreement that is worse than losing in court. This thing is absolutely horrible. In this agreement, the city of Berkeley effectively waives all its rights to manage the implementation process, and the neighbors, given Vincetta Garage's track record over the past 8 years, are likely to wind up permanently damaged. It's a bad deal, really bad. I'll give you a quick summary, and then I've got a more detailed one I'd like to hand you. But I want to make it really clear, tonight you should not be passing this thing. It needs work. I've done settlement agreements over 30 years. I've never seen anything this back lopsided, I guess would be a polite word. The site plan for Oxford Street parking is incomplete. There's no drainage plan. It specifies a screen wall that will do almost nothing to protect neighboring properties from headlight wash, and doesn't provide any sort of screening vegetation between the proposed parking lot and the proposed residential property to the west. What's even worse, the screen wall description, precast concrete with masonry stamp pattern and no cap, would permit Vincetta Garage to use the same screen wall materials that they are currently using on Eaton Street. Precast concrete and I-channels. It's ugly. And I'm 100% certain that none of you will want to look out from your house and see that. What's even worse, those ugly little screen walls are what everybody that drives up and down Oxford and Eaton Streets is going to see when they come into or leave Berkley. Think about the image that creates. Think about a sign with your names and pictures indicating that you approve that ugly little wall. Before you sign the consent agreement, take a walk on Eaton Street. Take a long look at Vincetta Garage's existing parking lot and their landscaping. Do you want to see more of that? I certainly hope not. Read a little farther into the agreement and you will find that the Planning Commission will have no real input on the parking lot design. What you sign off on is what the neighbors are going to get. You have one chance to get it right. Screw-ups last forever. In addition to allowing construction of a parking lot that you would typically see behind an industrial building, the consent agreement also obligates Vincetta Garage to construct a couple of single-family homes immediately west of the parking lot, or sell those lots to a developer. The houses would be built consistent with our codes and ordinances. Sounds good. Except for the part about not requiring that the new houses would be consistent with the character of neighboring properties. Come on over, walk the neighborhood. You'll find a nice mix of well-maintained, mostly brick homes. You will also notice that the new construction on Oxford blends beautifully with the older homes. Our ordinances would allow construction of a boxy, vinyl-sided, nearly windowless structure. That's not what Oxford Street deserves. And there's nothing in this agreement that requires Vincetta Garage to build anything that remotely ties into the neighborhood that they've been part of for the last 8 years. I don't know anything about Vincetta Garage's plans for the two houses, but this agreement should provide clear direction that they put up buildings that blend into the neighborhood. The best redevelopment is one that doesn't look like one. I'll wrap it up. The consent agreement you have been asked to approve is the equivalent of knocking out a healthy tooth to make room for an infected molar. Implementation of the agreement will detract from the beauty of an established neighborhood without doing anything to address the infection that's caused the initial problems. Berkley deserves better, and you guys certainly can do better. I've never seen anything. This looks like it was written by the plaintiff's attorney, and then we asked where we could back up.
Thank you, Dean.
You want us to just pass them around, Dean? Is that?
I want to make sure each of you gets one.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Something I agreed with. I'm going to go by a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dean.
Here's different.
Yeah, I just got what he just read.
Guys know what he just read.
I'm Gabrielle Suida, Berkley. Stole a lot of my thunder there, so I'm going to have to skip over some parts. But Vincetta Garage has proved clearly over the last at least 7 years that they're extremely untrustworthy, with complete disregard for the community and anything they've ever promised, signed, and also flagrantly violate city ordinances. I find it honestly hard to believe that more money will be saved by simultaneous parking lot construction than was invested in this lawsuit. I find it hard to believe that if additional parking was so critical to their business that they would not have jumped on the opportunity to build the Eaton parking lot when that became available. And their track record is, it's ongoing. They violate agreements with the city continually and repeatedly. Their original opening was contingent on the shared parking agreement, which they almost immediately violated. They agreed that their employees would not park in the 1010 lot, and they do daily. I live in the closest occupied house, and I can look out my window at 10 in the morning, and the parking lot is full. There's no room for patrons. It's all full of employees before they've even opened their doors. They committed that there would be no storage or parking at the vacant properties. Everybody knows it's full of storage. There is a trailer parked behind 1046 right now. They store their signs over on in the garage on the first property on Eaton. They park vehicles there repeatedly. You'll constantly see someone with a rag hanging out of their back pocket walking over behind there to fetch something or bring something out. They delayed paving and development on the lot at 1010, which they, committed to putting up the temporary parking lot. They failed to allow customer parking on the rezone lot at 1010 for months. They put up signs reserving it for valet so that their customers would continue to be forced to park on the street, even that parking lot was provided to them by the city. And they completely failed to present a timely and approvable plan for 1036 and 1046 when, the ball was dropped in their court, and they signed the collaborative agreement to submit a plan to the Planning Commission as soon as possible, and they submitted a complete joke of a plan. They've also been in violation of Chapter 26, Article 9 of the Berkley Code of Ordinances regarding the maintenance of those vacant properties during the entire time that they've owned them, and there has been no action that I've seen by the city, which is extremely disappointing. As was pointed out, the consent judgment is way too vague to ensure that Vincetta will follow through on anything that they've promised. They have been demonstrated already to cut corners at every turn, except apparently when it comes to paying lawyers. There is nothing that specifies in that consent judgment a deadline for them to submit a plan. If you look at the timings that are listed in that consent judgment, they all start after the plans are approved. And there's nothing requiring them to timely submit plans to the city to approve. There's all kinds of language about how fast the city has to approve it because time is of the essence. It's extremely unbalanced, as was pointed out. The thing that is most concerning to me is the sentence in that agreement: the Planning Commission shall not have authority to require any modification that is inconsistent with the consent judgment or concept plan. And if you look at those concept plans and you look at those pressed concrete walls and the fact that they're 30 inches high, it's outrageous. If they go to court and claim this sentence as enforceable, that completely eliminates the ability of the Planning Commission to have any influence over how that parking lot looks, except for the drawings that have been presented already. Signing this with that sentence in there I don't know, I lack adjectives. I don't understand how the city could sign away the function of the Planning Commission like that. It's there for a reason. We were repeatedly promised by Kurt Catallo personally, standing there with all of his pictures, an attractive brick wall that would be high enough to block car headlights. And the submission of these concept plans is perfectly symbolic of Vincetta Garage's attitude towards residents. The bank wall is brick. The Westbourne wall is brick. The North Point wall is brick. We deserve brick. Okay. So I'm extremely frustrated in anticipation of what else Vincetta is going to get away with their ongoing tactics of delays and the threat of lawsuits, and the appearance that the city seems willing to bow to them and not be interested in enforcing any of the ordinances and agreements that have already been in place. It is irresponsible to rely on Vincetta Garage to act in good faith or with the consideration of anyone but themselves. I'm skeptical that the city would act as necessary to pursue any violations of the agreement, to attempt to hold them in contempt of court, even based on this weak agreement. Again, that's based on history of what I've seen. I don't blame anybody personally. I understand there's bureaucracy, but it is disappointing as a resident. So in response, I was told Vincere really wants this parking, so surely they will follow through. It's the exact same thing that was said 3.5 years ago about the collaborative agreement, and we can all see how that has turned out. So, especially due to circumventing the role of the Planning Commission and the lack of accountability historically from Vincere Garage, I honestly do not feel that this consent judgment should be signed by the city without some serious revisions. And I also have concerns that I have not even been able to locate a copy of the restated and amended collaboration agreement for review, and I think that the residents deserve that before it's approved by the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sean Sweda. That was my wife. I've been a Berkley resident since 2003. I mean, there are many problems with this consent judgment. It relies on the good faith of a plaintiff that has been repeatedly untrustworthy over the course of many years. It subordinates, I mean, in the text, it subordinates our city's ordinances and regulations to the terms of the judgment, and that's worrisome. It severely limits the scope of our city planning commission, which has been mentioned. I could go on, but what I really want to do is focus on a bigger issue, something that I think should concern each and every citizen of Berkley. As described in the consent judgment, the plaintiff applied for rezoning in 2016 and was denied. The plaintiff subsequently appealed. The appeal was denied. The plaintiff was not denied due process at any point. The plaintiff was able to utilize all of the processes, you know, that we have. The issue here is the plaintiff simply didn't get the result from the process that the plaintiff wanted. So for most of us, that's where the process would end. Unfortunately, our plaintiff filed a lawsuit. So the consent judgment clearly explains where we are now, and I'll read from it. It says, the parties now desire to compromise and settle the lawsuit in accordance with the terms and conditions of this consent judgment in order to avoid further litigation costs and expenses and the risks and uncertainties of a trial. I mean, simple, right? In other words, the city government is afraid of the cost of defending its zoning decisions if you vote yes. So I would suggest that all of us come here tonight believing that our laws and our regulations should apply to everyone, regardless of means or stature. That's a foundational principle of our democracy. However, if this consent judgment is approved, the message is clear. Decisions from the Planning Commission and the Zoning Board of Appeals do not apply to those who have the means to threaten interminable litigation. If the city government either cannot or will not fight in court to defend these decisions, then they effectively do not apply to someone like the plaintiff. Furthermore, the blueprint will have been created for others to follow. Adverse outcomes, followed by litigation, followed by capitulation. So, in close, I just want to quote the final line of the pledge spoken before the meeting, which is, with liberty and justice for all. If those words have meaning, then there's really only one way for you to vote, and that's no. Thanks.
Thank you.
Excuse me, normally we're on the top of the list.
Sorry.
Today you put us on the very back of the list. Hi, my name is Don McDonald, 1079 Eaton. You say the city is not at fault with this. This is the city's fault from get-go. Okay, normally when a business wants to move in, you have to go before the board, you have to get approval, and you also have to get the approval of the neighbors behind us that we are willing to agree with some business like this moving into our neighborhood. That was never done. You moved this business right on in behind our backs, sat there and didn't have us any say, so all you guys could say was bonuses. Bonuses. I'm getting my bonus from this business opening up because I heard you people say this, so I know it for a fact. You know,
I'm going
and
to stop
it's-
you right there and tell you that that is 100% not a fact. So before you say that that
Well,
was
really,
a fact,
either used to be here, used to-
I will certainly allow you to continue and make your comments,
And I
but
was up
please.
in the office upstairs while we were talking with the staff about our concerns. They were saying, hey, this is our bonus, man. We're looking at a bonus here.
What do you mean bonus?
Yeah, that's what I want to know, how they get a bonus from a business moving in. They move something in behind us, move a
All right,
business in
I don't-
before it has
again,
no parking or anything
You can
else
continue,
or approval.
but let's refrain from those accusations.
Okay, I mean, but that's what I'm saying. You guys just messed up by there, because if you had gone the normal route, by normally going like business do, and you have a council meeting, and you also have us come on in, and we all get together and we say, okay, yeah, this sounds like a good idea, like the grocery store and whatnot down the street and whatever. You know, can it handle the business? And if it can't, how can this be resolved without being a headache to everybody? And unfortunately, we didn't take care of it. We all assumed that this would work its way down the road, and it didn't, unfortunately. And that's why we're all here, because it's a big headache, because it wasn't resolved the first time around. And I hope you guys learn a lesson that you don't do this again. Save yourself the headache and everybody else. Anyway, I've had a bad experience with them. I guess the Vincetta Garage. Is there anyone left here from Vincetta Garage managers or anything here still here, or did they leave? They left. I guess they got tired of sitting around, so they didn't want to wait. Okay. Well, they when they tore down that first house, they sat there and they used compactors, industrial compactors. And I lived down about 4 houses down, and I was vibrated out of my bed. My foundation was cracked and broken, and I'm leaking water from next door neighbor's rain runoff and whatever, and snow runoff, which, you know, how am I supposed to get that fixed? With what money? You know, I'm not working anymore. Are they going to reimburse me, especially if they're coming down, right down almost in front of my house with those type of compactors? Unless I use a roller compact that's not so violent or something. But, you know, I want some reimbursement or some guarantee that they're going to sit there and take care of any damages to mine or neighboring homes when they do this construction, whenever it goes through. It would be a nice little insurance type of deal. But, yeah, I've kind of, I'm a little confused. Can I come over to you?
Speak from there.
Well, I want to ask about the map for the T-Mobile. Which part do they own now? Did you change it around so that they own this part here, or do they still own the back part of this, or what is it they own?
No property has changed hands at this point. They own the property and the current configuration that you have.
Well, we haven't had an updated map lately, and you said you've had this resolved or figured out, and you got it all nice and, you know, all set up and ready to go. But we've never seen exactly what is the setup that you're going to do.
Same setup that was approved in 2016.
Are you going through the bank for an exit at all by chance yet? So they're going up through the front somehow. It doesn't really show very well on this small little map here, and you know, it's not very clear. So as far as where the parking is, how much room there is.
Access to the parking lot being constructed by Vincetta Garage will be the same access point, roughly the same access point that it currently is for the existing triangular lot.
So they're going to go through the triangular lot and back out through that triangular lot?
It'll be one enlarged lot. And the property in the back that T-Mobile owns will be accessed off of Woodward, just as the T-Mobile property is currently accessed.
Yeah, you mentioned last time that it was going to be back by the wall near the bank parking or something. They were going to take over that part of it instead of them taking the whole thing or whatever. I'm not sure if it's been changed or you've renegotiated or what.
No, the concept has not changed.
It hasn't. Well, like I said, my main concern is, you know, this number heading to us and you and everybody, and everybody else there. So I just want to guarantee that any damage or pre-damage on stuff they are going to make good on before they go any further with any more construction. Because I don't want to prove it. I'll cease and desist the whole damn thing till the end of time. until I get some guarantee that my property is going to be taken care of and it's going to be looked after, and, you know, and all this sort of stuff. You know, I'm not going to be just, yeah, okay, no problem, and then blowing me off, or anybody else in the neighborhood, you know. So, I mean, we're not happy campers. If this was such a nicely done project and you did things the way you normally do things, you wouldn't be having people up here, you know, they're upset. And you would have a lot more people if we were in the beginning of this. But a lot of them got tired and have kids to take to school and all that stuff. They had to up and leave. So, you know, even I can't stand here this long. I'm starting to shake already. So, but, you know, I'm sorry for you guys. I am, you know. And I don't know how I'll ever find out about the debit. If I can go to get things found about the debit card, that'd be great too. So I see a lot. But yeah, I have better things to do than come here about this and tie you up and everything else. You know, I wish I didn't have to. So, you know, I think you guys kind of know what to expect from us. You know, and if you can resolve it the way it should be done and make us happy, that would be great.
Thank you.
My name is Andrew Ossenmacher, Gardner Road. I became a resident here 10 years ago, and looking at this council, not all of you were where you were sitting 10 years ago. The person before me, when he accused you of something, when this started, most of you weren't here. I understand that. I want to thank you, council members and mayor, for what you've done over the last 10 years. I've become active and sat on the zoning board for 2 years for this community. I've been advised by the city lawyer on things. The gentleman that was before me, Mr. Dean Smith, I was able to sit on a board with him. What you have mentioned earlier about training requirements in an ordinance before this, asking your members to go through the training, I think he showed what importance that means. That gentleman there was very well trained. I've got 36 years in the construction business. I know how to look at a blueprint just as much as the next person, and I agree with most of everything that Dean had said. What I'd like to say is I hope that you follow the attorney's suggestion on this, his recommendation. I agree with that. This is a battle worth fighting for at any cost. I think you guys have done the right things. I think you can win in court. I think you should go to court. I think if you settle by passing this motion, those that took the training and did the zoning and the boarding and the would have felt that you weren't supporting them. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Rob Robinette, Oxford. I'm really promise really quick. Mr. Sheridan, I think you used the word dilapidated for houses earlier.
I said dilapidating.
Okay, thank you. All right, close.
I almost said dilapidated. I didn't mean it. Just they were not in good shape when they were bought, and they have been. There's been nothing done to upkeep them since.
So that's where I need to correct. So the 3 houses remaining on Oxford were occupied when he bought them. There was the hoarder house. I can't speak for Eaton, but the 3 houses were lived in. One person sold because they were moving to Chicago. The person on the end was encouraged, is the nicest way I could say, by the Vincetta garage. So they are only dilapidating because we allowed it. And I'm saying we, as a community, we do not have the teeth to enforce them keeping it up. So they let them rot. They tore down the garages, and they're. I would not live in them. I would not, but we allowed that. So if this consent agreement is bypassing the planning council, like it says it is, we are giving up more power to them. And how will we ever enforce anything, really, if we continue to give up that power? So, thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
sorry for that. So.
Mr. Sarin, it has been brought up a concern a couple times regarding the Planning Commission not being bypassed and losing their power. Again, I don't know that we can get into answering every
I'm going to
question
read
sufficiently, but
I'm going to read paragraph 6 from the proposed consent judgment. The development and use of the Oxford parking lot shall conform to the concept plan and specifications attached hereto as Exhibit 2. That's the concept plan you've been provided with no less than 26 spaces. The parties acknowledge that the concept plan does not include complete or final elevations, dimensions, and details, as it is intended that the final design and layout will be submitted, reviewed, and approved during the site plan approval process. No changes or modifications shall be required to the site plan that result in less than 26 spaces being constructed. That is the only limitation on the Planning Commission, that they can't turn a 26 spot parking lot into 14 lots. But they otherwise will be required to submit to the full and rigorous site plan review and approval process. And I just read it to you word for word.
Excuse me, Mr. Stair?
Hold on.
Okay, now we're getting into debate.
Can I ask some specific questions about that? Because there are other places in this consent. I'm Tara Hayes. I live on Oxford. I know, again, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, City Manager Baumgarten, Attorney Starin. Thank you all for reading all the emails that I've been sending, and I know you all know what I think because I've been up here many times over the last 8 years as we have been negotiating this process. So I appreciate very much all the hard work that all of us have been doing, and I think some of the disappointment and the frustration that you're registering from the residents is that this lawsuit ran an end around us too, where at each point in the process ongoing, we would have to ask what was going on, and at each point we would be told, we've got it, we've got it, we've got it. And the last update before Christmas Eve was in August, and said everything is fine, we're pursuing as we're going. And then on Christmas Eve, we found out this was happening. And so we've all been reeling, because of course the city was closed and then trying to get everything here. And we just sat through a 3-hour meeting that's on its way to 4 hours because we so meticulously talked through every element of all the motions, all the resolutions, and all the ordinances. And we were actually quite hoping that we would come tonight and we would have the chance to hear you talk about this consent judgment, because the consent judgment itself is the place where we have all the questions. So when we raise this piece and we come to page 5, number 6, that Mr. Starin just read, this first piece here about no changes or modifications shall be required to the site plan that result in 26 parking spaces are already giving us that overage. We want to know why there's no maximum, and we want to know, this takes us right back to actually the first line of the consent judgment, which says, after we've stipulated everything in A through L, that the subject property shall remain zoned as a single-family residential district. So we're giving this single-family residential zoning a maintain position. But then we're issuing this variance. And in the variance that is the concept plan that is listed here in number 6 as guiding this document is such that it's up to the street. In fact, I'm hoping all of you have these, yes? Because they're not actually attached, and they stipulate that they're not attached, yes? So that you can see when you look at the Eaton proposal, there's actually a lawn yard and vegetation and mature trees, but you look at the Oxford plan and it's all the way up to the street. And you count the spaces, and if there's going to be a minimum of 26, you have made sure that you can't put a setback that is commensurate with what's going on in single-family residential. You would expect that all of these houses would be the same, but you're not going to be able to put a minimum of 26 spaces on there. So you're hamstringing what we could even change if there were changes that were going to be allowed. So I'm going to go back to number 6 on page 5 that says exactly as Starren read, that the development shall conform to the concept plan and the specifications attached hereto as Exhibit 2. And then it sets this medium, and then we're all acknowledging when we sign this consent judgment that the concept plan is incomplete, it doesn't have elevations, it doesn't have dimensions, it doesn't have details, but then we're saying that we can't make changes. And if you go beyond number 6 to number 7, we now have the concept plan being listed as limiting the scope of the Planning Commission to determine whether the plaintiff's site plan is consistent and in substantial compliance with this concept judgment and the concept plan. The Planning Commission shall not have the authority to require any modification that is inconsistent with this concept judgment or concept plan, which means that they have no authority. It literally says in here, they shall have no authority to require any modification. Again, I'm reading from page 5. That is inconsistent with the consent judgment and the concept plan. So we go from there to page 8 and page 9, specifically paragraph 18, that says, to the extent this concept judgment conflicts with any city ordinance or regulation, or, and here it is again, right back into the consent judgment, the concept plans attached hereto. Not the ones we're going to work on in a planning commission, but the ones attached hereto. The terms of this consent judgment, which includes that concept plan, shall control. So this is what we've got. And then it goes on to say, to the extent that the consent judgment is silent on issues regulated by the city, then the city shall have some control. So what we need to make sure, because of every experience we've had over the last 8 years, that there are no places in this consent judgment where anyone is silent about anything. This is why I suspect that when Starren was in the process of negotiating this, we made sure that the light candles on page 4 in section 2 were going to be listed as 0-foot candles. The same sort of regulations and requirements need to be in this document. Because when we get to number 23 on page 9, now we're being told this consent judgment is hereby deemed to include all exhibits attached hereto and any attached plans referenced herein. Said exhibits and plans being incorporated herein and made a part of hereof fully and to the same extent as if the contents and the exhibits and plans were set out in their entirety in this consent judgment. This is a complete end around of everything that we've just been told about the Planning Commission getting any approval. And you see how again and again they've been pulled out of here. All references to the consent judgment are deemed to be a reference to the body of this judgment and the exhibits and the attached plans. This is the place we keep running into because we have, all of us, 8 years of experience on this. What is the benefit of leaving single-family residential zoning on these homes and then giving a variance that goes in perpetuity to run with the land? What is the benefit to us of letting these concept plans, incomplete as they are, into this consent judgment as the controlling mechanism? We are asking, here's the hard part again for us. We want also to be working with you. It's been really difficult for us to be eliminated from the process. We do want input. You'll remember, actually, that it's the residents who brought Lugo and Vincetta Garage to the table in the first place, when there was a long-term plan to actually use the Charter One Bank to do the whole piece. So that in that way of when we've worked together, it's actually been quite positive. But we're precluding that option with this consent judgment, which is once again going to put all of the power back in Vincetta Garage's hands and leave us no place to enforce anything again. I know that we heard tonight Attorney Starren say, but it's a contempt of court. What does a contempt of court actually get us? It gets us the opportunity to remediate. Oh, we get the chance to sort of amend what we've done. We then get maybe a fine. We then could get up to 6 months in jail, but that would be a corporation, and we're right back to where we've got, and we have to go to hearing, and we're back around this whole cycle once again. So I come back to again and again with the past failures of the Vincetta Garage, which are well documented, to live up to the promises in any way that were always essentially unsecured. Why should we again take their word? And why should I or any of my fellow residents, not the residents, by the way, that we quoted tonight as saying there's a parking problem that needs to be resolved? In fact, you've heard us say time and time again that the Vincetta Garage has used everything you've given them to manufacture a parking problem. And you heard various people here tonight say 1010 is used by employees, so patrons can't park there, so they park on the street to create a parking problem. There's a valet ordinance that says they're supposed to park at North Point, but nobody parks at North Point, so they park on the street to create a parking problem. We know all of these pieces. So knowing all of those, why is this a good deal for the city, for the neighborhood? Which provision in this consent judgment sets out any enforceable penalty for Vincetta Garage if it doesn't live up to its side of the bargain? You heard Gabby talk about timelines. She stood up here in this exact spot when we were talking about the collaborative agreement of 2016, and she said, I'm going to be back here again because there's not a single thing in this that actually gives us a timeline or an enforceable piece of anything. Teeth was a word somebody else used. Here we are again. And why are we not making sure there are actually teeth in here, particularly now while we have the strength of position? Because as we've already heard, we can win this, although winning seems to be not even what any of us actually want, because we want something that is mutually beneficial, which means that both parties give up and get. And as we're looking at this, we're waiting again to see what are we going to actually get and what are the insurances of that. Because again, given Vincetta's history of failing to follow through with any of its prior commitments, shouldn't we fear actually that winning this situation is only going to embolden the Vincetta Garage further to continue to make promises it has absolutely no intention of keeping? And doesn't a vague and incomplete concept plan play right into their hands as this regard? I think so. And I think that there are, again, we would love to have 2 new houses on our block. The newest house on our block just sold for under $500,000. And now what you're doing is we're going to have these 2 across the street. What guarantee do we have they're actually going to build a house there? Because if they were here's our moment again. Shouldn't they build the houses first, if that's really the promise? Because again, as Gabby stood up here and said, we've seen all the pictures before. I think here's where we stand once more. It's fine and good to say this is a controlling document, but it has no detail in it. I think it's fine and good to say we want to work toward some solution. This doesn't even have a solution in it. And I think we cannot approve this consent judgment as is without making sure that the concept plans and the details of the consent judgment include remedies and recourses and specifics in every count. Again, thank you for your time, and we really want to hear you discuss all the elements of this consent judgment.
Thank you.
Good evening. Mayor Turbrack, council members, Manager Baumgarten, Ms. Mitchell, Counselor, everyone. My name is Diane. I also live on Oxford. Tara is actually my next door neighbor, and I'm taking a big chance here because Gabby and Dean and Tara are all very difficult acts to follow. But I've lived in Berkley for 30 years. I've lived on Oxford that entire time. I think the facts have been summarized articulately by those who preceded me. And I do trust that each of you read Tara's email that was delivered to you all earlier today, so that should this come to a vote this evening, you will be making a fully informed vote based on information from another perspective. As Tara has noted, we have fought deliberately and in unison as neighbors to protect against a portion of Oxford Road becoming a parking lot. We voiced our concerns collaboratively in front of council, and until now, it appeared we had the support of council. It appears, per media reporting, and even on the city's own website, that an affirmative vote on the judgment is a foregone conclusion. That's concerning. Vincetta has enough parking. They always have. T-Mobile has enough parking. Westbourne has enough parking. Should the judgment be confirmed, who is going to guarantee that curbside parking will be restored to the neighbors, to the residents on Oxford and on Eaton? Should the restaurant parking be increased, who will enforce Carbar's ordained capacity ceilings? That's how all this started. We did not have, supposedly, parking commensurate with the number of patrons that the restaurant could accommodate. Ergo, all these other arrangements were made, none of which Vincetta cooperated with. Our former neighbors who vacated their homes on Oxford quite suddenly were intimidated by threats and lured by the deep pockets of Carbar. They left their houses in the dead of night. Per their agreements, they left without a goodbye or a good luck. That's Vincetta Garage. Is that Berkley? As Berkley residents, we can assuredly rely on the protection of our public safety department and for the provision of other city services we count on as residents. We rely on our clean streets, our friendly neighbors, city-sponsored events, safe schools, and small hometown businesses to maintain the character of Berkley. We should also be able to rely on our elected officials to protect our neighborhoods from corporate crush. We should be able to rely on our elected officials to preserve the charm and character of our neighborhoods and the value of our homes. Residents of a city known for its small town feel should not ever be expected to yield property to a parking lot. Vincetta Garage is part of a multi-million-dollar enterprise with an expanding footprint throughout Southeast Michigan. Their success should not come at the expense of our neighborhood, and they don't need to expand into our homes to further their success. None among us will likely ever make investments as significant as purchasing a house. The residents on Eaton and Oxford chose Berkley to make that commitment. We chose Berkley for its neighborhoods, for its small town feel, for its sense of community, for that we're all in this together feeling. We chose Berkley to transform our purchases into homes. The sense of pride in and protection of our neighborhoods should emanate first from City Hall. Mayor Turbrack, Council, the promise of Berkley could be broken for many of us tonight if you vote to approve this consent judgment. It will not be an approval which will serve the interest of Berkley or of their neighborhoods. If the promise is broken tonight, how long will it be before it's broken for more of us? How long will it be before it's broken for most of us? The consent judgment infers the consent of those impacted. That is false. I do not consent. My neighbors do not consent. Oxford does not consent. I implore you not to consent. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Council has heard from the residents. We have a motion on the table at this point. At this point, what is the will of council? A question. Yes.
I have a question for the attorney. Paragraph 7, I think the thing of the biggest debate tonight, that the Planning Commission's site plan review, however, shall be limited to determining whether the plaintiff's site plan is consistent and in substantial compliance with the consent judgment and the concept plan attached as Exhibit 2. You've stated that well, let me ask it this way. You're very confident that the Planning Commission has the authority to deviate from that concept plan in things such as the materials of the border wall, the plantings, the screenings, and so forth.
I'm sorry, I wasn't ignoring you. I thought you had more to say. Yes, I am confident, but on that note, as people were speaking and I was jotting down notes, there were a lot of comments about the screening wall. That seemed to be a primary concern, not necessarily the sole concern, but a primary concern that I think to just might not alleviate all the concerns, but will alleviate some concerns would be if council is inclined to approve this tonight, we can approve it with direction to me to go back to plaintiff and require that a note be added to this concept plan before it is attached to the consent judgment along the lines that screening wall details, including but not limited to height, materials, color, and setbacks shall be determined by the Planning Commission as part of the site plan approval process consistent with city ordinance requirements. Again, does not answer all the questions, but that came up with at least 3 or 4 speakers tonight. I think that's a fairly easy clarifying change to make that I don't think will be objectionable.
I have 2 follow-ups. If Vincetta Garage were to contest this and to say, no, the Planning Commission cannot do this, do you feel you could prevail challenging that?
I'm reluctant to get into much strategizing in front of TV cameras in a public forum, but I would be very stunned and surprised that the plaintiff would take the risk of going to trial and losing over the details of a parking lot retaining wall. I'm very confident if we take a firm position with them on that they will agree.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Bean.
Thank you. The other recurring theme that I'm hearing this evening is where does this leave the Planning Commission? Where, can the Planning Commission have more teeth in this? And I am inclined to agree given that we have codes and ordinances in our city, site plan reviews, and that's why we have a planning commission. So how much of this would then go before them, before, you know, the things we've already discussed with the aesthetics and the building materials, but with the housing, with the site plan reviews for that, I mean, would Vincetta Garage be required to, as if anyone else that was coming into Berkeley to build a house, go before planning, get that site plan review?
People are not required in the city of Berkeley to go before the Planning Commission to build houses.
They can just do it.
Well, they have to get a building permit, they have to meet all codes, they need to meet all zoning requirements, but there's no requirement that the Planning Commission review single-family homes.
So when Vincetta Garage, if this is passed, when they come in to build the homes, they have to pull the permits, they have to go through every...
Be subject to the same requirements as any other home builder in the city of Berkeley.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions or clarifications? Councilmember Baker.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you for helping clarify some of these key points again. Back to the notion of the reoccurring themes, I too share concerns around the role of the Planning Commission. I'd love to any other clarification you can provide as to the degree to which that they can continue to represent our community's best interests. Second, the notion of timing in terms of when they would need to submit the plans, which kind of gets the ball rolling and all that kind of stuff. And then third, about the enforcement and oversight of the agreement to ensure that everybody's doing what they said that they were going to do. Any additional clarity you can offer on those?
Well, council may recall that this concept of approving a concept plan and then after the concept plan is approved by the council, referring it through the consent judgment to the Planning Commission was what council wanted. Because the way these things are often done, and quite frankly, the way the plaintiff wanted it, was that the Planning Commission would be completely eliminated from the process, and that through this consent judgment, we would approve the consent judgment as well as give the final site plan approval. This council is not willing to do that in our discussions because you appreciate and respect the good work that the Planning Commission does. So the way this has been crafted is that you will approve a concept, send it to the Planning Commission, so the Planning Commission will already know what the concept is that the council has approved, but that the Planning Commission would do what the Planning Commission always does, which is to massage and cajole and require and condition things to try to come up with the best possible parking lot development in this case.
So to that point, and then we can touch on the other two items, it could be interpreted through some of the comments that we've heard that that many of the hands are tied behind their backs based on the exhibits as characterized in this.
I disagree, but I'm not going to debate it. I read the relevant provisions. We have people who are construing them differently. We'll have to agree to disagree on those points. I stand by what I've advised council.
Again, that essentially the intent, as council has communicated in prior conversations, is that we entrust the Planning Commission to do that great thing that they always do and help ensure that this is the best possible parking lot.
I think with adding that note that I referred to, I think that will further clarify that.
Nice, thank you. And to the notion of timing of when the ball gets started in terms of submitting any plans to get the process started, do we have any
they have to submit plans to get this going. If they don't submit plans, they don't get it. They don't get anything.
Is it not in our favor to put a timeline on that, to say within 3 months or 6 months or 2 months or a week from approval of the thing, or?
That would have to be negotiated, which is beyond what we've talked about, because typically the city doesn't control when people decide, if ever, to do private development. Simply when they start. This is the sequence of things that have to happen. Okay, if they never start, then it's the status quo.
is, right.
They don't get to use the property. They don't get the additional parking. The 4 lots on Oxford and the 3 lots on Eaton stay just as they are now.
So it would be in their interest to move forward with submitting some plans.
It's always been in their interest to move forward, and that's been one of the mysteries why they didn't move forward more quickly. They have their own reasons and explanation for that, but I'm not going to answer for them.
Of course. And then finally, any insight or guidance you could offer around enforcement and oversight of this project as it moves forward to ensure that it remains within the parameters that we've agreed to?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, again, anything they do is going to be subject to the terms of consent judgment and, of course, our own ordinances and our own processes. They're going to have to pull permits. They're going to have to get the various approvals. They're going to have to, like everybody else that is subject to those processes, they're going to have to move forward, or else they're subject to whatever remedies may be appropriate in that time, whether it's suspending work, whether it's citing them to court, whatever. The other part of this that I think is very important that I'm not sure is being fully understood, but this settlement in the form that's being presented to you is not simply an agreement, a side agreement like the original collaboration agreement was, where you expect people to honor their promises that are in writing, but if they don't, well, that's when people lawyer up and you go to court and you fight over breach of contract. In this particular case, it's going to be a consent judgment, which by law is both a contract and a court order. That means the judge is a party to this too, okay? If it's violated, if it's not conformed with, it's not just the city that they're messing with the Oakland County Circuit Court too. And the court has the full authority to order things. It isn't just a fine, it isn't just a few days in jail. It could be that. It could be putting people in jail. It could be putting the principals of a corporation in jail, or it could be specifically ordering that things be done, possibly with monetary penalties. There's a whole realm of things that the court can order, and the authority of the court to construe, to continue having jurisdiction and to construe, interpret, and enforce the terms is built right into this. So it is really the most, the form of this is the most protection that the city could ask for in the case of a settlement. It's in our society and the way we do things and the way we look to and rely on the judicial system for enforcement of contractual agreements. This is how it's done. This is going to be a court judgment if it is approved.
Thank you for the clarification. Again, the importance of the Planning Commission, as you've stated, is really what hinges my vote on this tonight. Thanks.
Councilmember Blanchard.
Thank you, Your Honor. What is our timeline with the court on this? Is this something that has to be done tonight, or do we?
Well, it doesn't have to be done tonight, but what our timeline is we are, the court has been, what started out slow, the court has been increasingly putting on the pressure. We do have a status conference coming up with the court on, don't know the date off the top of my head, it's the day after Martin Luther King Day, so 2 weeks, or excuse me, 1 week from tomorrow, where we need to report back. And the court has made it clear if the case is not settled, then it's being set down for further proceedings on an expedited basis, because the case is getting old, and the courts like to move their docket sometimes, not always at the convenience of the parties. So It's not critical it be approved tonight, but if you are going down this path, I recommend strongly that you approve it soon, or else there may not be a settlement to approve, and we'll be proceeding down the path of trial. And however that we win or we lose when it comes to that. The outcome is not in your control directly, as it is with approving a settlement.
Councilmember Hennan?
Yeah, on the issue of code enforcement that we heard about tonight, I've continually been disappointed in our lax code enforcement. It's been improving, but it is still not where it needs to be. There is a possibility that even if we approve this, they sit on it and do nothing. The buildings continue to dilapidate. And I really want to encourage that, and I'm not asking that we target them out especially for code enforcement, that we do a better job of code enforcement everywhere, including these properties, so that even if we do pass this and they decide for whatever reason against their own best interests to sit on it for a prolonged period of time, that it does not become blight in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Councilmember Price?
Yes, I just wanted to express gratitude to all of the residents who came and spoke tonight. It's late, and you staying here, you advocating for so long on behalf of your neighbors in your neighborhood, that is very powerful. You know, I was newly elected. I have been caught up to speed in closed sessions about this since being elected in November. And I want you to know that the reason I didn't engage, other council members didn't engage with you on it, is not because we didn't want to or we didn't think that your input was valuable, but because it was a pending lawsuit and therefore it needed to be done, the strategizing needed to be done in closed session. But hearing your perspectives, having you come out and advocate on behalf of your neighbors and make it clear what your values are and improve this accordingly as much as you can, I'm just really grateful for the time and energy and passion that you expressed. So thank you.
Councilmember Gavin?
Thank you, Your Honor. I do agree with my colleagues about the role of the Planning Commission and the input that they would have on materials, on setback, et cetera. I would also add that the clarifying language that you had indicated that might be put on the actual plan itself, that any contradictory language within the consent judgment itself be remedied and make sure that that all melds together. And then procedurally, I don't know if given the status conference and the need to move quickly on it, I certainly understand that we could potentially look at having a special meeting, given the gravity of it, if necessary, or just options that we don't necessarily have to wait till a next meeting to be able to take this up.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
There were two specific questions I asked that I didn't get an answer to that I'd really like to hear tonight, which is one, what is the benefit of maintaining the single-family residential zoning on all 4 properties as they stand if we're giving a variance for parking that runs with the land? And as we are stipulating that the parking variance runs with the land, why are we not also stipulating that the housing requirement runs with the land? So what security is there in here when we have these properties potentially sold that the new owner is bound by this consent judgment? So that's all the first question was about single-family residential that wasn't responded to. And the second question was about why we would stipulate that the minimum parking on these 2 spaces would be 26, but that we wouldn't assert a maximum when we know we want to have a setback on the concept plan on Oxford that's going to match the single-family residential zoning.
Thank you.
I can try to answer all 3 questions rather quickly.
Okay.
If you like, not necessarily in the order that they were asked. Last one first, that's the one I'm thinking about. The maximum is not specified because the maximum is going to be a function of the size and dimensions of the property and the ordinance requirements. They are only going to be able to lawfully install as many as many parking spaces as the size and dimensions and configuration of the property will permit. So there was deemed no reason to specify a maximum, nor are we necessarily looking to limit them. The more cars they can get off the street, arguably, the better. The question about, oh boy, there were 3 questions, and I might be forgetting one. Oh, the question about why is the use of the property for parking specified, but not the zoning. And that actually is a function of a legal technicality, nothing cloak and dagger, but rather, without giving anybody a boring legalese lecture, it's necessary to do it that way through a consent judgment, because we have something called the separation of powers doctrine in this country and in this state, where we have executive, legislative, and judicial branches of government are considered to be separate and equal. And as a function of that, in Michigan law, courts cannot zone. Only legislative bodies can zone. A court can invalidate zoning. A court can approve a specific land use as being lawful and reasonable, but a court cannot actually zone property. So there's nothing mystical about it, but that's why the consent judgment reads the way it does, that the zoning is not changing, but through this consent judgment, the court would be approving the use of those first 2 lots for parking. Nothing about this prevents the city from moving forward as a separate process with rezoning, planning and rezoning to make it consistent, but that's going to be totally up to the city whether to move forward with that or to just leave this as is. So again, nothing intended to be nefarious or mystical about it. It's simply a legal technicality. And I forget Ms. Hayes' 3rd question, and I apologize.
Minimum parking.
Just to follow up on that too, because this is a functional rezoning. If the variance on this property runs with the land in perpetuity to all guaranteers and assignees. And so it's functionally a rezoning.
Well, it's like a rezoning, or it's actually more like a use variance. Same thing, runs with the land.
But that's what I mean. It's functionally rezone. It's a way. So here's what I'm talking about in terms of the legal technicality you're posing, right? So the 3rd part of that question was?
I remember it now. And it's about the 2 lots upon which homes are required to be built. So the 3rd and 4th lots. Those are subject to this too. And that obligation runs with the land, whether it's Vincetta Garage that owns, whether they continue to own it, whether they flip it to builders, that obligation to construct single-family homes will run with the land.
Okay.
The entire 4 lots are subject to it.
Here, I want to believe that, right? And we've used the words tonight, expect and intend, and good faith is actually in this document. But we have within the document on page 8 in number 17 that this consent judgment and everything in it, right? Rights, duties, responsibilities, all of it, run with the land and bind and inure the benefits of the parties' respective successors, grantees, and assignees. And so is that the place where you're telling me?
That answers your question.
That answers,
yes.
And it runs, okay.
Yes,
so
it
we're
does.
Good there. So now, I just want to bring this piece up one more time, because you said we don't need maximums, right? The minimum. But if the minimum, which is specified in here, cannot be reduced to 26, and you have this parking lot running all the way up to the street, which is what we do right now, even though, again, on the Eaton one, there's a lawn and trees. If we can't do fewer than 26, we're stuck having this parking lot all the way to the street.
It's the way that parking lot is laid out. It's not necessarily the only way it can be laid out.
Okay. This is I just want to register my concern about
Understood.
setting a minimum here. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim?
Tim Murad, resident of Berkeley, and I'm wearing my planner's hat right now because I'm on the Planning Commission and I will be looking at this. So what Ms. Hayes is saying, if we were to do a similar setback on Oxford like they're proposing on Eaton, we cannot get 26 cars in that lot. So that restricts us. And one of the positives of the Eaton lot, and it was some of what we were pushing them to do when they came back with the mutual agreement with T-Mobile, was to have that setback because that offers an extra layer of screening by vegetation, not just the wall. Because sometimes, even those 30-inch walls, if you get a pickup truck pulling into those spaces, it's shining into the houses right across the street. It's something similar to what happened many years ago when the library was redone. Because if anybody remembers, there were a lot of houses taken down on the east side of Kenmore there, and the architect's vision was only to put a hedge. And the residents are the ones that wanted the wall because they knew car lights in the winter would still show through that hedge. So that's a concern. The other thing I'm thinking here, listening, is it would be wonderful if they could just come back with their final plan and have that as part of this consent agreement. Because then there's no questions. Because even the Eaton plan has discrepancies. On the plan, in one space it shows it's a concrete wall, and another place it shows it's a brick and block wall. Their detail shows it 48 inches high, yet the notes on the plan call it 60 inches high. So I think if we can get some of that information all cleaned up, this could work. All right?
Thank you. So we've heard from a lot of obviously very concerned residents who bring up extremely valid points. I mean, every one of them, minus the bonus talk, were extremely valid, and they're based on track records, history of dealing with this particular establishment, and hasn't really garnered the expectations or trust that typically would come along with a consent agreement from a judge, signed by a judge with all the forces and powers. Even with that, there are still concerns of something might happen. So, Mr. Serna, you've done a tremendous job of trying to answer all the questions as they've come up. The Planning Commission question has obviously come up multiple times, the screening, what Mr. Murad just mentioned at the end. So one thing that I haven't specifically heard today was that, this is an objectionable outcome because it's just by the basis of its outcome. It has all been, this is objectionable because of the concerns that what's said in the consent agreement, or consent judgment, I should say, is either somehow going to be end around, or it's already been end around, or its language is in there, so that even though we think we're agreeing to the Planning Commission having control and all of the different, and the House and the code and the zoning and perpetuity, all of those things, there's still concern that might not happen. So, Mr. Attorney, my question to you, and we've asked this before, it's how we got to this point. Are you confident with Laurel that the things that we have talked about to get to this point are 100% enforceable in this consent judgment as they were laid out in the beginning and most of the concerns that they have.
Yes.
My last one, I do have a concern over the clarifying language. I am very hesitant to say, yes, I'm voting for these things tonight, but we're going to add a little note and hope that they do what we add after the fact. That is a concern of mine. I have not, look, I've been a part of this as long as everybody else has, and I have the same trust issues, okay? And that is a concern of mine. I said I wasn't going to talk about a lot of the stuff, and I don't know, it's almost midnight, so who cares anymore? No one's even watching. I don't know what you guys are taping. Nobody's watching this stuff. This process has been extremely long and arduous, as I mentioned at the beginning. We got to a point where we thought, obviously, we were going to have some mutual benefits. I was here when we said no the first time. I was here when we said no the second time. I've talked to some of you about what was going on during this process. And no, there are things that we can't say because we are dealing with a court case. And we can't bring you all into the meeting. It just doesn't work. I think most of you understand that. It's not that we're trying to shut anybody out, but we have to be very strategic with how we operate here as well, okay? And all of our talks, we're trying to come to a resolution that took care of the problem, that protected the neighborhood, that made things that looked great, things that we would be happy about, and houses that would protect at least that area. That's what we talked about, and that's how we got to this point. Again, I'm speaking for myself, but these are things that have been discussed. Those things happen, and they happen as we expect them to happen based on our attorney and our reading of this consent judgment. I think that is the most practical solution excuse me, for all parties involved. Now, is it perfect for anybody? No, but the reality is there isn't going to be a perfect solution. The perfect solution for one person might be running somebody out, and some perfect solution for somebody else might be building, 17 parking lots. I'm just, there is no perfect solution that's going to 100% make everybody in this room who has spoken so passionately happy with the outcome. Even if we win the case, I'm telling you, we didn't win. I mean, I know some of you disagree with that, but the fact remains we still have a practical parking solution or practical parking problem that we need to solve. And I think we can accomplish that. But without that clarifying language, I am very hesitant, without knowing that I can say yes to all the people that came up here and talked. Yes, the Planning Commission has control. Yes, we're going to be able to do those things. I have serious reservations. I don't know about my colleagues, but I do. I'm not going to belabor this any longer. It is 11:40. We have a motion on the table. I thank you all for waiting to get to this point. As Mr. Stearns said, we have some time. There's a status conference coming in the near future. If this doesn't get approved today, there would probably have to be a special meeting called to do it because we wouldn't have a lot of time. Just making everybody aware of that. So if something happens and a special meeting was ever called, it's not because we're trying to sneak anything. It's because we don't have a lot of choice. We'd have to do it. I'm trying to make that clear. Is there any additional questions or comments before we move? Yes.
Mr. Attorney, is it necessary to even have a concept plan? Can we simply specify numbers of parking spaces and say that the site plan must be provided to the Planning Commission?
No, it's not necessary. The thought was that the council would want that, but if it's creating more difficulty and concern, then it's really intended to do quite the opposite. It can be eliminated and just keep the parking lot count, or parking space count, rather, in there.
And a question for the city manager. I believe you had shown us some drawings by our own consultants on the Oxford property where 26 could fit, and it did Did it have that buffer that we're talking about?
It had a vegetative buffer towards the street and had a built wall along the residential to commercial line there.
It did. I don't remember whether it had 26 spaces. It was somewhere.
There's 26.
24,
Yeah.
26,
Yeah,
26.
26,
but
utilizing more angular parking.
It did show a wall. It did show, had more color, showed some landscaping, some greenery. The layout was a little bit different. I don't pretend to be an engineer. I'm sure there's different ways to engineer it. But yes, it was another, it was an alternative.
So my proposal would be we strike the concept plans. I do think we need to have a special meeting to see the redrafted language to make sure.
Yeah, I don't think we could strike anything and agree to it on our own.
Yes.
It's going to
I
be-
wish.
That's just,
yes.
All right. We had two different things. First off, the motion we are looking at, M0620, is for the restated, amended collaboration agreement, providing for, the Eaton parking. The second motion that we will have is the consent judgment. We have motion number M0620 on the table. It has been moved and seconded at some time ago. Ms. Mitchell, would you please call the roll on M06?
Well, are you?
Go ahead.
Can we amend the motion to postpone pending?
Well, this is
revisions,
so. This
or-
is the collaborative agreement. I'm not sure.
Well, I think if you are going to postpone and have a special meeting, you should.
Keep them
You
both
really need
together?
to do both. They really are tied together. One doesn't go without the other. So I think it makes sense if you are going to postpone to a special meeting date, that you should postpone both of them.
So with the motion on the table, is there?
I move to postpone to a special meeting.
Second.
Motion to postpone. Councilmember Hennan, support. Councilmember Baker. Any discussion on the motion?
May I just make one point?
Yes.
I know you're getting tired of me making points, Mayor, but I do think that time is becoming critical as far as the court schedule goes. So if you're going to do a special motion, I think a special meeting, I think we're really talking about doing it this month.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think this is something we can
No.
No.
send into February or March.
No.
It's the court is not going to wait for us, and we are going to be
Agreed.
required to do a lot of things and expend a lot of money and get experts running up more bills than they already have. Without knowing whether we're going to settle the case or not. So with that in mind, whether you choose a date tonight or not, but as long as
Won't be
it's
choosing it tonight.
understood that
There will be motion to postpone is on the table. Is there any additional discussion? Yes, we will. We need to do it this month. We know we need to move.
I agree.
forward.
It's sooner, yeah.
Okay.
It's appropriate, yeah.
Yes. Okay. Ms. Mitchell, would you please call the roll on the motion to postpone?
Gavin,
Yes.
Hennan,
Yes.
Price,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
Blanchard,
Yes.
Dean,
Yes.
Turbrack.
Yes. Motion number M0720. I guess I'll let you read that, Ms. Mitchell, before we move through the same process.
Matter of consideration of approving a proposed consent judgment to settle and resolve pending litigation, namely 27799 Woodward LLC versus City of Berkeley, Oakland County Circuit Court Case number 2017-159355-CZ.
Do I need a motion to approve this, or can we just make a motion to postpone?
Postpone.
Okay. Is there a motion to postpone?
So moved.
Support. Mayor Pro Tem Dean made the motion, again supported by Councilmember Baker. Any discussion? Same rules apply?
Can I just get just to clarify, and I'm sorry, it's only because it's getting way past my bedtime. and my brain's starting to shut down. But just, I want to make sure I'm clear on the direction that council is going. Is the intention then to approach plaintiff to amend the consent judgment to eliminate the reference to the concept plan, or is it to add the footnote, keep the concept plan, but to add the footnote? I'm leaving here with the impression it was to eliminate the reference to the concept plan, but I want to make sure that's council's shared impression.
We want to make sure that the planning commission has full control.
That's my
And that would do it.
Right. Okay,
That's my
so the easiest way that we can ensure that our planning commission will have full control over the site plan, that's what we want to do.
All right.
And to fix any of the corresponding
Well,
language
and all
that
the
we
other,
talked.
yeah, the other stuff that we talked about.
Cascade updates, yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Clear? Yep. Ms. Mitchell, would you please call the motion to postpone? Or call the roll on the motion to postpone?
Hennan,
Yes.
Price,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
Blanchard,
Yes.
Dean,
Yes.
Gavin,
Yes.
Turbrack.
Yes. What's our next item on the agenda?
Communications, Councilmember Price.
2 minutes?
I would, I mean, we're going to be out of here by midnight, so whatever you have to do to
Okay.
make that happen.
Library, chess club, origami club happening on Monday evenings. There are a variety of store times throughout the week, and the story time room has been recently renovated, which has resulted in increased engagement among the people who go there with their kids, so that's fantastic. Citizens Engagement Advisory Committee is meeting this Thursday at 7 p.m., and on the agenda are the project priorities for 2020, including master plan engagement and volunteer engagement. I want to thank the city departments, churches, and businesses who acted as drop-off locations for the Moms Club of Berkeley's diaper drive, and thank you so much to everyone who donated. Our community raised over 8,000 diapers for local families in need. Finally, I'm going to be hosting a community conversation at the Berkeley Public Library on Saturday, January 25th from 10:30 to noon. It will specifically be located within that renovated storytime room. Residents of all ages are welcome. The toys will be available for the little ones who join us. So please stop by and chat about the city issues that matter to you. Thank you.
Councilmember Blanchard?
One thing, Your Honor, before our next meeting, not figuring to have a special meeting, February 1st, the Berkeley Education Foundation is having their Off to the Races fundraiser, and the council has always supported Berkeley Education Foundation, so it will be held at Club Venetian, 29310 John R. Road, Madison Heights, from 6 to 11 p.m. on February 1st. It's a fun time. I hope you all can go. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Baker?
Thank you. The Downtown Development Authority Board meets this week's Wednesday in 2 days at 8:30 a.m. The Technology Advisory Committee meets next week's Wednesday, January 16th at 6:30. The Historical Committee meets this upcoming Sunday, January 12th at 4 o'clock. They want to thank everybody who purchased the holiday ornaments and mugs. We sold hundreds of them locally and mailed them to 28 states, which is great outreach. Next year there will be a new holiday design. Let's see, one of the members of the Historical Committee has a new book out on Corrado Parducci, who is a famed architectural sculptor. He did the Bear Fountain at the zoo, lots of work downtown at the Guardian Building, Masonic Temple, and the carvings over the Coolidge entrance to the La Salette school property were done by him. So that's one of our architectural claims to fame, and you can read all about it in the book by Dale Carlson, which is super awesome. And there will soon be a display in the museum on Berkeley's 50 or more, over 50 kit homes. So you may remember that many homes that originated in Berkeley were ordered through a mail order catalog and delivered in big boxes, and you would assemble them with your friends and all that kind of neat stuff. We have one of the best collections in the country, and there will be pictures of all of the kit homes, blueprints, sales records, parts lists, and so much more. That'll be coming to the museum soon, and the museum is open most Sundays from 2 to 4 and Wednesdays from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And finally, given the New Year's here, I thought the quote from Karl Bard might be interesting. Although no one can go back and make a brand new start, everyone can start from now and make a brand new ending. I think we've seen a lot of that here tonight as we're seeking to create new endings for some of the things before us. And for those of you that do choose to make resolutions, I hope that you keep the ending in mind and realize that where you're at is a new starting point. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Dean?
I will try and be brief. Saturday, February 1st, it's Winterfest. Be ready to experience fun, interactive winter activities indoors and out. Tickets are selling fast, but still may be purchased for the Daddy-Daughter Dance, which is January 18th. And the reminder, and the Mother-Son Dance, January 25th. Both of those are at the community center. Vacation camp will also be offered January 20th, February 13th, 14th, 17th, and 18th, and March 10th. If you want to sign up for those, call the community center. There are a lot of new fun programs beginning this month, so either stop into the community center or you can view the programs online at berkley.maxgalaxy.net. And just a reminder, I'm starting my first of many open door talks Tuesday, January 21st at the library. Hope to see you there. Thank you.
Councilmember Hennon.
Yes, the Zoning Board of Appeals will be hearing 2 cases. That's on Monday, January 13th at 7 p.m. here in City Hall. The Tree Board's meeting that same night, again, Monday, January 13th, 7 p.m. at the library. And then, continuing the trend, I'm having my talk with Dennis, next talk with Dennis on Tuesday, February 4th. That's 6 to 8 p.m. at the library. Stop by at any time. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Gavin?
Thank you, Your Honor. The Environmental Advisory Committee will meet January 23rd at 6:30 on the second floor of Public Safety. The Coolidge Committee that's been around for a couple years will meet this Thursday, the 9th at 8 a.m. in Public Safety Conference Room. And Planning Commission will meet January 28th at 7 p.m. here in the council chambers. Thank you.
Mr. Baumgarten?
No items this evening, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Attorney? Do you have any more?
I think you've heard enough from me tonight.
Well, I would say that we have probably heard enough from everybody for one evening. It is a new year, so certainly Happy New Year to all of the residents. I hope that all of your resolutions last well past March, which is where most of them don't quite make it. So hopefully that happens for all of you. And with that, I will ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem with support from Council Member Hennon. Ms. Mitchell, would you please call the roll?
Baker?
Yes.
Blanchard?
Yes.
Dean?
Yes.
Gavin?
Yes.
Hennon?
Yes.
Price? Yes. Turbrack?
Yes. The January 6th meeting of the 38th Council is adjourned.
We had 4 minutes to spare there, too.